I can if nobody jumps at it. All right. So we headed into the gala with Liam heading off in the direction of a 3-story house that would keep him close. There's obviously some craziness going on. Lots of catering staff with a master chef Gorgadish there serving lots of brilliant hors d'oeuvres. Chara was the first to get up to some shenanigans, and by that I mean she got invited to be the surrogate for an empire, for one Nicolacia Avelia for the Vajir Empire, I think it was. Kind of crazy connection there. Rowan, meanwhile, spent some time wandering, ended up detecting good and evil, and made her way into the kitchen, but not before finding like a smoky, milky aura of an aberration behind a door. She did talk a little bit with the chef and got a little bit more information before the rest of us kind of were able to speak with Quill. So Nina and Nathan did that, managing to talk their way into speaking with the Triad. Meanwhile, back out on the roads, Liam managed to see a bunch of people who were leaving the Manta Rose that looked to be like refugees of sorts. And Melora, I think was the name, right? The woman from the tea shop. She was there helping kind of pass out like new identity papers or something like that. But before she could really get through all of that, she ended up getting stabbed by someone. And Liam took off after them. So I think it was like a bunch of back and forth, but Nina and Nathan got invited to speak to the Triad, and we were essentially given 2 weeks to get in, remove Denna and the Eye of Xanathar. And with that, we all decided to leave the gala, and that was when Liam chimed in via the earpieces and said, hey, this is happening, and I'm pursuing. So Rowan and Chara ended up going with the refugees to try and get them to safety. Rowan working to like hide their footsteps and everything like that. She also realized that her healing hands worked, right? Your Aasimar abilities worked, but not your spells. So that was good news. And then Nina and Nathan went to help Liam chase down the assassin who we essentially turned into Ash after Liam got knocked out. We did save him.
What do you mean, we?
All right, I turned him into Ash and then brought back hopefully what is his skull so we can speak with Dead on him to the boat. But we did manage to get Melora stabilized, I think, between oh my gosh, what's her name? Hephaestus? Hestava? Hestava. Chara did some crazy illusion magic to hide their way getting back to the ship, including like that of a dragon emerging from the city. So needless to say, Ethkatla is in shambles as we left it, but we are on the boat and getting ready for bed when Chara saw a crazy gnarled tree woman kind of break through, and essentially it turned out to be Queen Titania, who pulled her into this little Zemi-plane, and they had a conversation about a demon killing one of her courtly companions. He took something from the queen, mentioned that he was one of the powerful demon lords, one of illusion. We got a lot of information about him, but without his staff, he is seeking a new item of power, da-da-da-da-da. And then Chara basically gets like her new tail, right? You got your fancy new tail. And you managed to come back out of the demi-plane, and that's essentially where we... What was that? That might have been my internet. I don't know.
No, I think it was freezing up on mine too. No,
Hold on, I'm gonna hop out and hop back in.
Okay. Yeah, there's a delay. Your video looks fine, but there's an audio delay.
I got one more page that I gotta add. About the gatekeeper crystal, Titania having been a guardian of a third of it that was stolen 28 years ago. Heronius having another under Hellgate Keep. Yeah. Fun stuff. Nina went to go get 2 bottles of wine, and then we were coming back to have Chara tell us all about it.
Yeah, so so there are 3 gatekeeper crystals. Heronius has 1, Fae Queen had 1, and then 1 was under Hellgate Keep. Let's see here. Perfect.
This is why grammar is important. I needed a comma to tell me that there were 2 others that we knew the case of, not that the one that Heronius had was in the same one as the Hellgate Keep.
The Oxford comma.
I was about to let you know that I was like, I have it as 2 separate, so.
Awesome.
Is that any better?
So much better. Yeah, it's all in sync and everything. You're good. Yeah.
I was recording for some reason. It was like recording.
Interesting.
I don't know how I did that. Weird.
Okay.
You said something though when I asked you got your special tail. Did you want to?
I have a couple of tails now.
Right. The feet, right? The tails of the Kitsune
Yeah.
feet.
I think I have 5 tails now. So, and I got the feet. So.
Hell yeah.
Okay. So coming back, Chara has just appeared in the hallway. Nina and Nathan had come back. Small conversation was had. Chara did explain that there was quite a bit that happened and felt like everyone needed to talk about it. And wine was required, so Nina grabbed 2 bottles of wine. And the group of you, or the 3 of you currently, because Rowan is
Went out to the room.
Yeah, you're in bed. I think Liam, did you say you went to your room?
Yeah, he was pretty much passed out after having been knocked unconscious.
That's right.
I think.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Where do you guys want to go with your bottles of wine?
I feel like we would just picnic out on the deck
Yeah.
floor there.
The little one of the observatories, like one of the offshoots, or the actual middle
Pretty much
portion.
where we were, I would imagine. I
Okay.
don't think we'd really go for it.
Unless Chara
Yeah.
wanted to like sit down somewhere comfy or something like that, but yeah.
Yeah, no, Chara would sit wherever.
Okay, so you guys kind of just actually curve right back around one of the outside walkways that curves around to a little seating area. One of the other observatory areas that just all sky above, and or straight ahead, kind of and above. And yeah, it's not really seating, it's more just kind of pillows kind of set up with some blankets and stuff for anyone that just needs to lounge. So you guys sit down, pop open.
Yeah.
Chara lounges, like fully sprawls.
So you just appeared
Yeah.
here again?
Yeah. Essentially, now I'm trying to remember all of the details, but the Fae Queen was like, yeah, you gotta go do this. talking about the demons and how they took something from her and killed members of the court. I think that, I've been putting it off for a while, just kind of sitting on the knowledge that the gem has been missing on this plane. And now it's kind of coming to a head and can't really ignore it anymore. Did you also know that Parsonus's mother was at the party?
No.
It's
Yeah.
news to me.
Yeah. She, before I knew who she was, propositioned me to carry the heir of her empire. It's like a matriarchal society.
Was he standing next to you when she asked this?
Sure was. Definitely was. Said no words. Let that conversation play out.
I don't think I'm nearly drunk enough for that news. I don't know how you had that conversation sober.
It's been a really stressful evening. It's been a lot. So I guess now I can really say that I have made the acquaintance of the Fae Queen. On top of that.
Liam
Out of
lets a
character.
snore.
What?
Liam lets out a snore.
Out of
From the-
character, do we know anything? Like, has Chara brought up the gems before from the Fae Queen? I can't remember if we know that in character or if that was all kind of off screen for us.
Let me noodle for a second. So I think that Chara I think has mentioned it, but in more of the flip way that she does, to where you're not entirely sure if she's just saying something or if it's a true statement.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it came up when
Because-
the Stater thing happened and you like mentioned that the Inquisitor guy came to see you or something.
Yes, I do believe that I mentioned it, but like also Chara is seriously an unreliable narrator, so it would be she's stating all of this as if it is like known
Yeah.
fact.
Right. So let's back up here then. The Fae Queen reached out to you to get her gem back?
Yes, I don't have the gem, but it's suspected that the demon guy, whose name I can't remember, has the gem. Deceiver has the gem? No.
Correct. Fraser Blue.
Close. Yeah, Deceiver has, yeah, that guy, Mr. Blue, has the gem. Or at least I think that we would find it on the way there.
Do we think it's the same gem that Rowan has in her arm?
I don't know. I don't know. My only thing with that is like the power. The power was really strange coming off of the gem that's in Rowan's arm. They could be one and the same. But
Wasn't the gem in Rowan's arm part of like hundreds of pieces or something?
Well, that's what I'm confused about. We kept calling it a shard, but So
I'm afraid to ask this question, but Did the Fake Queen happen to tell you what this gem looked like?
Huh.
Or
Funny
are we just
you
looking for a gem?
funny you should mention that. I failed to ask. Identifying details about the gem now that we're discussing this, I probably should have.
Right. Are you allowed to like send a letter or something and ask these questions, or is this a one-way conversation with her?
I could try. I don't think I could pray to her or talk to her like I do the other gods, but I think that I could try something. Maybe
Fair enough.
that dude that sends messages.
Antino?
Hold on. Antino. I
Hermes?
knew it was some kind of pasta. So Antino is definitely
So, the deceiver, Fraser Blue, took the Fake Queen's gem because I'm assuming. Wait, Chara actually recanted like everything the Fake Queen says, or do you want it just to go off of what you, Allie, just shared?
Oh god. Ooh, that's such a good question.
Because I don't want to say anything about the staff.
I feel
you
like
didn't
Chara
mention
would
it, but-
Chara would have likely given a few more details. I think Allie, am struggling a little bit. The staff, also, for context, Chara is not intelligent. Like, that is
Mhm.
actually a fact. She's really pretty.
I would
So-
say
There
roll a
is a
history
level-
check to see how much you can recall.
Yeah, and then the DM can let us know what details you got.
Okay, so that's a 21. I rolled a 19.
Everything she saw.
Okay.
Everything you guys witnessed, she's just laying it all out like it was yesterday's soap opera.
Okay, so the deceiver, who we know has been part of a few of our lives already, has the Fake Queen's gem to replace his staff. I know somebody who was directly working with him that we might be able to ask if
Really?
we want to open up the mirror again.
Not the mirror again.
I'm putting it out there. We don't have to do it. I actually would not recommend we do it now. I would say let's get through this fucking thing with Waterdeep, and then we can talk about it with everyone. But she does have information that could get us more than what we have. And then Nina takes like a
I'm
really
already
long
getting
drink of wine. What did Nathan say?
I was going to say, I am good at getting information, so.
All right. Like Liam's sleeping.
I
Do
think
we
that
want to?
sounds like
Should we get Rowan?
The politeness.
Or should we all sleep on it? We can either fill her in now or fill her in the morning.
I mean, we got like a couple weeks, so got lots of time to talk about it.
It's true.
Chara lets out a really big huff and just kind of lays back on these blankets.
Who is drinking wine? Nina? Chara.
Chara.
No.
What's wrong with the wine, DM?
Both of you make constitution checks with disadvantage. It's been a long day.
It has been a long day.
At disadvantage, you say?
Yeah.
I rolled a 2 for a 5 if it's a check, or a 9 if it's a save.
Okay.
I rolled. Hold on, let me see. If it's a check, it's an 8.
Okay.
If it's a save, it's also an 8.
Yeah. Nathan, you're kind of fiddling with your stuff. Your stuff. It sounded awful. You're sitting there fiddling with something. God damn it. You all of a sudden just hear silence next to you, and you look and you see both Nina and Chara just passed out.
All right then. And he kind of stands up and he'll find blankets and like just cover them up and kind of tuck them in.
Yeah, there's plenty around. You easily tuck them in where you headed.
All right. Good night, you two. And he goes to find Mr. Piccolo.
Oh.
And I want to have a conversation with him about making a couple of things.
You go to find Mr. Piccolo and you can't find him.
All right.
It
I'll
is
just hang out in the shop.
like midnight.
That's fair. I'll go find somewhere to sleep then. Come back. in the
Okay.
morning.
You go to your designated room and sleep. All of you can go ahead and mark down a long rest.
Can Can Chara send a drunk message? Is that something she could do? I feel like Chara would be a drunk texter kind of girl.
Like wake up just halfway in the night drunk.
Like I would be remiss
Okay.
Like send a message.
Okay.
and like send a message. Yeah, like
I like it.
straight up that would be Chara.
Go for it.
Like Chara's gonna send a couple of messages. She's the friend that texts like the group chat. She's gonna text, you know. So she'll probably send a message like starting with Rowan and just be like, "You're so beautiful." But it's like, "You're so beautiful." Like it's a little slurred. Love, Chara. And then probably would send one to Liam and be like, "It's gonna be okay, friend. It gonna be a friend. Love, Chara." And that part's like really clear, like the love Chara, like she practiced it. And then of course she'll send one to Nathan and just be like, "Boo, love, Chara." Like trying to scare him. And then of course Parsoness would get a message and just be like, "You know what? It was really fucked up that your mom abandoned you. Love, Chara."
I
And
thought
this
you
is-
meant like drunk sending to the fake queen. I think this was infinitely better.
Yeah. This is just message, right? Like they can't respond, right?
No. Yeah, it's no, they
Okay.
can respond to message. So you can respond
Does anyone attempt to
With-
respond?
Do we even hear it? I mean, that's the thing. If I'm sound asleep,
Yeah, so that's a good point.
if you're asleep, I don't know if you would hear it. You would like
I think it would be let's do a just do a straight perception check.
okay.
Not straight, just a perception check. Both you and
Nope.
Liam.
21 for me.
21. Liam.
I was trying to find the unmute button. Things are still in my head today. 24.
24. Well, yeah, both of you wake up and you hear these drunken messages. We'll start with Rowan. You wake up instantly. Did you send one to Nathan, or did you send one to Nathan, Nina? Okay, but yeah, both of you too as well. I'm sorry.
Not to Nina.
Okay,
Yeah.
Nathan? No, okay. I'm not surprised. Okay, Rowan, we'll start with you.
Getting my first 2 out of the way.
Rowan doesn't reply.
She don't reply.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
Liam.
Liam, what does Liam do? He's pretty banged up still, and pretty exhausted. So I think his reaction is just like, he hears it, grumbles like 5 more minutes, and then turns over.
You don't get a reply from Parsonus. Just nothing. And nothing from Nathan either.
To be fair, if I
Yeah,
was
I didn't-
part of this, I wouldn't either.
Okay.
It's on brand.
Oh, that was brilliant.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so the next morning, all of you awaken, long rest. What would you like to do on the first full day, first leg of your journey? If there's anything any of you would like to do.
We got some stuff to do.
Nina's gonna start by going to put on her normal clothes. She would like to be out of a dress that she can't run in. So that's my only thing.
Okay.
I gotta find Mr. Piccolo.
Liam is avoiding people because he's ashamed of his
Okay.
failure. So he's just skulking around.
And Rowan?
Does not leave her room.
Okay.
Are we still sharing a room?
Char's gonna talk to Parsonus at some point in time.
Okay.
To be more specifically, Liam's going to skulk around and try to refill his pack of hardtack because he ate a lot of it. That insulted meats.
You're looking for food?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's true. Nina and Rowan are sharing a room.
Mhm.
Unless you wanted your own space, I would have given it to you. But I don't know that I thought we were bunked up. I thought we had.
You're right. We were.
Okay. So yeah, I
I-
come back into the room to change, and you're then there.
I'm in there, completely under like the covers, like on my side, and don't even acknowledge you coming in.
Well, good morning to you, sunshine. Rough night. I know you're not sleepy and you snore in your sleep.
Just don't feel like talking.
All right, well, maybe I'll sleep better. 13 days of silence. We'll see. And Nina will just get dressed and quiet and then leave. She knows Rowan will come to her when she's ready. I'll just take my book and I'll go find a window seat and hang out.
Nathan, you head down to find Mr. Piccolo, and you see the crew just cleaning up from breakfast, putting their stuff away, and you see Enoff gathering the plates and everything, starting to put food away, and Mr. Piccolo puts his dish on the buffet table, gives a gracious thank you, and then starts clearing off the opposite side where He opens up cabinets underneath and immediately starts putting out all his gear as his lab area kind of seconds as the buffet table. And he sees you come down and, oh, hello! Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome. Quite a night, yes.
Yes, that would be an accurate yes.
I heard all about it. Anything more you'd like to add, though?
I don't know. Why don't you fill me in what you've heard, and I'll fill in the gaps, if any.
Gala. Lights.
Yeah.
Food. Dancing. Stars. Murder. But not. Refugees. Saved. Heroes. Off in the night.
Yeah, that about sums it up.
Excellent.
I think the heroes are all still sleeping, though. Got a favor to ask.
What?
He leans in. You want to do something fun?
Absolutely.
He'll draw both life and death and put them down. I want to make non-functioning replicas of these before we get back.
Why?
Insurance. But they gotta look good enough to pass.
I think that's doable.
I'm happy to help in every way, shape, or form.
Starts looking around at all his stuff. Yeah, I think that's very doable. We must inquire the help of others, though. Those with
I'm all right with that.
knowledge of this kind of thing. And you see him kind of scurry to the doorway that you initially came through, and you just see him yell upward, Anise! Fennel! Quick as you are! And a few minutes later, Fennel and Anise would come down. And yeah, they would both kind of stand next to each other and just look at him. What's wrong? And Piccolo would kind of gesture to you and just, our friend here would like to make replicas of these beauties. And they kind of step up, looking at it, give you a nod.
Thanks for the hair, by the way. I think she liked it.
Well, they both kind of seem a little nervous and shy. You kind of see both of them, like, they kind of look at each other, kind of giggle a little bit, and then both of them just kind of duck their heads and immediately invest their attention into the life and death on the counter.
So I just need them to be passable replicas. They don't need to work. They don't even need to move. Just need to pass the look test.
Interesting. And you watch as Fennel and Anise, they each pick one up, and you watch them, like, within seconds disassemble them. The pieces put out, and they almost like as if in a race, watching each other do it. And as they finish, they both kind of step up and hands up, and they look at each other. And Mr. Piccolo, with just a wide smile, oh, good show, good show. I would say that's a tie. And they both kind of
Well,
nod.
that made me uncomfortable. All right.
Don't worry, we'll get it back together. It's really interesting. Well, I see what you were doing here and what you were going for, but you just need replicas, though, right? And
Yeah, that's all I need.
Anise kind of nods with her
I know
glasses.
getting the colors might be hard, but
No, I think we can do this. This will be easy. Actually, this will be really easy. What would be funner is making actual ones, but Fennel kind of elbows her in the side. We don't need to be investing our time in other things right now. The ship needs everything we got right at the moment. And she kind of nods, tilts her head a bit. Yeah.
maybe next time I'll bring the supplies.
Yeah. And they both look at each other. Their eyes kind of look back at you for a moment. And then Mr. Piccolo slaps his hands on the table. And 1, 2, 3. And they both immediately start putting the weapons back together, reforming them. And at the end, Fennel slaps hers down first, and Mr. Piccolo slams his head. Go for the Fennel this time. And Anise just kind of shakes her head. And holds up Death and looks at it. And she puts it down gently.
So for her, the minute she actually picks up Death and looks at it carefully, the darkness in it and the black actually almost looks like it shifts on its own.
So instead of setting it down, she kind of looks at it for a moment. And you see she's about to say something, and then she kind of pauses and just looks at it a bit, and then turns it. And her eyes kind of look up at you.
He'll just reach out and kind of grab it and pull it. Careful, Death. He puts it down. You don't want to stare into that too long.
Right. Well, and she looks like really uncertain and confused for a moment before she just turns and walks out. Fennel kind of looks at her for a moment, walk away, and looks at Mr. Piccolo, who's just... And then Fennel just kind of... Excuse me. And she's going to walk off. As she's walking off, she turns as she's about to get to the ladder backwards towards you. Oh, we'll get started on those in just a bit. We got to do all the morning opening stuff, make sure ship's good to go for the next few hours, and then we can get started on that. But we should have those made in a few days for you.
I appreciate it. And if you need any help, please, I'm happy to help.
She kind of laughs, turns, and climbs up.
She just laughed at me, didn't she?
They do that. Twins.
Right.
They're young,
So,
too.
do you need any help today? I don't mind. Keep busy.
You want to check the cannons for me? It's cleaning
Not enough.
day.
Sounds like a plan. Neil will actually take off his jacket and everything and get ready to go to work.
All right. You help Mr. Piccolo start doing his daily duties, or weekly duty, cleaning the cannons, making sure they are good to go. Start with Liam. What you doing, bud?
I knew the second that I shifted to start writing, you were gonna call on me.
Yeah.
So I won't write right now. Skulking around, trying to get to the kitchens to restock my
That's right.
stakeout food.
Yeah, you head to the kitchen. You see Enough, who is still cleaning up and everything from breakfast. Her eyes, she just kind of, you actually hear a little meow and you see this little ghostly cat kind of pad its way up towards you silently, and you feel a cold brush against your leg as its backside kind of brushes up against you, and then it just kind of its backside brushes up against you but just continues to almost go straight through your leg, and then it looks up at you, and Enoch just looks back at you as she's scrubbing. Oh, hey, you missed breakfast. You need anything?
Yeah, I was wondering if there was any sort of like leftovers or like field supplies you might be able to give me. You know, if you guys have enough. Liam's gonna smile as he says that.
You see, first you hear a clatter of things just dropping into a sink, and you see almost like the shadow overtake this short individual, who puts her hands on the sink, and you see like the backside of her.
Oh god, what did I do?
No guest is gonna eat fucking rations on my time while you're on our ship.
I didn't mean to offend. I just mean for when I'm out on my own. I ate my own rations during the stakeout. I just need some more. This isn't saying that I don't want your cooking. It just is I want to be prepared for later.
You see this short little sprite woman turn towards you, like the head just turning and looking at you. Rations are for motherfuckers who ain't got no time for appreciating life. I will make you take out. I will make you the best meals you have ever fucking had, and they will last you for weeks.
I am not against this idea. Please don't kill me. I'm already pretty banged up.
You see the cat jump up onto the counter and kind of come up to Enoch and just meow. And you see almost the shadow lift all of a sudden as she smiles at the cat. Oh, I just love you so much. Just fucking love you so much. Okay, yeah, now I can make you everything. I'm gonna make you a whole bag of shit. And you can share it however you want. You can count it as rations if you fucking must, but it's not going to be rations.
What can I do to make this up to you? Like, what can I do right now?
Right now?
Right now.
I mean, what are you offering?
Whatever it takes to smooth this over.
Just kind of tilts her head, looking you up and down for a moment. Nah, I'm just kidding. Nothing. You're our guest. Free of charge. Plus, way I heard it, you all saved Melora. That's more than enough on my bed.
Well, Liam's gonna start slowly backing up. I'll be back later to get the food.
Okay, I'll bring you to your room.
Liam's gonna back up, close the door, and just run and skulk, run through the shadows.
Sorry. Okay, so you run and skulk into the shadows. Let's see here.
Liam's gonna get himself killed someday. I'm not even trying. It's gonna happen.
You already have. What are you talking about?
I'm not even trying at this. It's just gonna happen.
Okay. Chara. What are you doing as you wake up the next morning?
I'm gonna go find the captain. I think I need to find the captain.
You go. You easily you see him as he's actually heading back from the navigation table, basically. Heading back. Looks like he seems to be heading back towards his room. You see him just kind of looking down at something as he's walking along. And he kind of pauses for a moment as he notices footsteps in his peripheral and just kind of follows it up and then folds whatever he was looking at. Good morning.
Good morning, Captain. How are you?
I am very well. How are you? You look lovely.
Oh, thank you. I slept on the floor, but it was at least a comfortable pallet.
You see him, his
On the
eyes
floor.
kind of look at you a bit oddly for a minute, kind of trailing down for a bit. Yes. Is there something I can help you with?
I think a conversation is in order at the very least.
I would agree.
A small one, like a little quick chat.
Doesn't have to be quick. And he kind of walks up, reaches past you, opens his door, and gestures inside.
Great. And so Char would go in, and she would what would she do? Hold on, I'm making a decision. Okay, she would take one of the regular chairs in the room and just kind of collapse into it very, very casually.
He turns and closes the door, kind of looks at you for a minute. Right. Walks over to his desk, sets down the paper, and then turns and leans back, kind of sits back against the desk. I imagine you have questions.
Well, no. I have maybe a couple, but I think I got a lot of information. And I think I received a lot of information about you last night, not necessarily with your permission. It just kind of happened to happen. And I don't think that's very fair. So I'm going to provide you with some information and let you go from there. And Char would kind of like
slightly like surprised at first. It's subtle, but his eyebrows just kind of quirk a bit, and he kind of leans back, crosses his arms, like, okay.
When I woke up this morning, I totally thought I would have 1,000 questions for you, but I just ultimately I don't, and I want to make sure that it's clear who I am first. And Char would like slowly let her glamour down to reveal her fun fox kitsune form. And as she does so, she would keep talking and just be like, I am chaos. I am not what people expect. Your mother saw one version of me and thought that it would be something that a pawn that she could use and a game that she could play, and that's not who I am. I take joy in breaking those games. So I will make an offer to you, just as she made an offer to me, to break the game. To take what seems like a really fucked up joke and make it right. And I guarantee you she won't see it coming.
He is very contemplative. You can tell he was not expecting this to go this way. And before you go on, I spent a good portion of my life very angry at Nicolacia. And at some point, I met all the right people for whatever reason. And I've learned who she is. That's never going to change. And I'm okay with that. I don't bear her last name. I don't. I'm at a point that I don't hold any ill will towards her. She simply is what she is, and I never wanted you to get into the middle of that. That was not my intention. My apologies. You were saying?
No, I was just saying. Was just saying that it wasn't I didn't want you to think the offer of power is tempting to me, and I have this deep desire for it, and I've always had it. Just being presented with the keys to an empire is something that someone who literally grew up in the woods wouldn't necessarily imagine you'd get there. I had a suspicion that I'd get there, but didn't realize at what cost. But I play by my own rules, and I would do it my way.
That's why she likes you.
Awesome. Cool. Cool.
She doesn't want someone that's just going to bend to her will. Someone that's going to bend to the rules of society. Nicolacia, as much as she is a cold-hearted bitch, she built something from nothing. She didn't want me to be a part of that until she needed me, and that's all right, because I don't need her. Nor am I going to have any judgment against you for wanting any part of that. It is enticing, believe me. Taking on an empire is... There's very few people that would say no to that.
No is not in my vocabulary. And Chara would like kind of pet one of her tails a little bit.
His eyes trail it. This is new.
Oh, new to you.
Yes. Where are you from?
But I don't think
I
you're
know-
surprised.
Faye. That was obvious, but... I don't know if I've ever
Oh.
run across a creature like you.
I don't really know. I know that I am from the Feywilds, and I have snippets of small memories and places and smells and things, but I can't picture faces. I can't picture a home. For many years, I was in a form similar to this one and played amongst the forests and... Hey! Leave it. There's a deer.
There's always deer.
Played in the woods, a form similar to this one, and it's always the deer.
Arsenic was confused by you
Um,
barking at him.
And so no, I don't really know where I'm from. Not specifically, anyway.
Thank you for coming. I don't know if I can get nervous about speaking to people, but I was not expecting her to be there. That really threw me. Which just does not happen often. And for what it's worth, I apologize. And
You apologize.
had I known she was going to be there, I probably would have warned you.
Fair. That's fair. I appreciate that you would have warned me. Just making sure. Just putting it out there because I know no other way. You are uninterested in what she suggested.
Producing an heir for her to take over her empire?
In her words.
For her, no. But if you asked me, I would.
I'll think about it.
I don't think too hard.
I'll think about it.
All right.
I'll think about it.
He walks over to you and holds a hand down, offering his hand to help you up.
Chara would take his hand and lightly step into him almost and give him an embrace, a hug.
He he kind of stands there for a moment, surprised, and then you feel the arms kind of wrap around you, and you feel like the lips press against the top of your head.
Chara would clear her throat and step back and be like, I think you have work to do. I have a date with a nap in a real bed.
Don't be gone too long. I get jealous.
Of the pillows.
If they're offering more comfort.
Chara would give a small smile and walk out of the room.
Yeah, he kind of watches you walk out for a minute. Before he gives a little nod and closes the door. Nina.
Yes.
As you wake up, where did you go? Remind me.
I grabbed my book and just went to the observatory deck to sit and read.
Okay. Yeah. You go to the observatory deck, you read. You see people passing by here and there, and probably have some light conversation with them.
Yeah, I don't think Nina is up to too much specifically. She recognizes they had a pretty crazy night. She's thinking about what they need to do in Waterdeep. She's already trying to start kind of plan and scheme, but she is waiting for her friends to decide that they want to talk about things because everyone is skulking right now and she's tired of chasing after people. and we're stuck in a tin can, so they're gonna have to come around at some point. So she's just gonna enjoy her genie smut until they do.
I forgot that's the book you had.
That sounds like a challenge there.
So that's what
Did
she's
we
doing. She'll
name
talk to
that
anyone.
book?
I don't remember if we did, but
Okay.
she'll chat with anyone who like swings by. So she's probably being friendly with the crew and whatnot, and we'll eat lunch with them. But I don't have anything in specific in mind that I need to do.
Okay.
I'd say Nathan probably sees you there at some point, and it like walks while he's doing his chores and helping out with Mr. Bigelow. Picks up like a pot of tea in a glass and walks by, drops it off, and keeps going.
Thanks. She just smiles fondly after you as you walk away.
Liam or Rowan, anything either you are doing differently? We are getting to probably late afternoon at this point.
Rowan would have taken like all the armor and piled it like in the corner of the room, including the amulet. Like everything is off of her.
Okay.
That's normally connected to Heronius.
Okay.
And is literally just, she stays in bed the whole day of wanting nothing to do with the world right now. After not being able, like, realizing that she can't use her abilities anymore, and everything's gone.
Yep.
Probably at some point, as she's like laying in bed in kind of like the fetal position, she'll constantly be looking at her arm and looking at the tattoo.
Mhm.
But she never leaves. Not the first day.
Liam?
Remind me, because I'm forgetting. Is there like an observation deck?
Yeah, so on the top floor, there's basically all of your rooms and everyone's kind of rooms. There's that long plankway that then goes down the middle to the navigation area, 2 ladders that go down to the actual area where Fennel and Anise work, and all basically the ship's panels and stuff are the main panels, and then but from the first area there's the main navigation table where the maps and everything sit, and then there's 2 areas like planks or walkways that kind of go along a half circle, and they each go to 2 different kind of observation areas where there's like a window and seating essentially.
Is there any way, like, these are closed off, right? There's no way to open the windows or anything?
Oh no, they're open. They're open.
Okay.
They'll usually close them like in storms and such. Otherwise, the whole front portion does open.
Liam's gonna go there, open up one of the windows, and just feel the bracing wind on his face.
Okay, so my apologies. So the front portion is like a huge viewing window that only Fennel or Anise or the captain or Hesteva, like one of the main crew, has the ability to open. It is open, so you can see out, but there's no actual wind coming through.
Well,
You would have to go topside if you're wanting to do that.
How bad is the wind if I go topside?
You don't know? You can ask.
Liam's gonna go back to the kitchens
Okay.
to pick up his food.
Yeah, enough has like 5 bags worth of food one for each of you, just tied off neatly. And each of them has a little note with your name, everyone's name on it.
Enough, you are a master.
I know.
I am sorry for being a motherfucker.
It's all right.
Listen, I'm trying to get some fresh air. What would it be like if I went topside? If I...
That's funny.
What
Fuck
was
me.
it?
No, you don't want to do that.
Oh, okay. That bad, huh?
I mean, we're going pretty fast.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, and it's like,
How likely is it that I would be kicked off the ship, or I would fly off the ship?
well, I mean, we have special gear, like harnesses and stuff,
Mhm.
that you usually have to put on if you're going to go topside while we're flying. But I don't recommend it if you've not done it before.
Mhm. Okay.
It's pretty strong winds, especially because we're in Marpenoth. I mean, we're starting to get into the colder months.
You're
It's gonna
right.
be pretty fucking cold out there.
You're right. You're right. I just wanted to reconnect to something. Okay.
What
Would
do
you
you
like-
need to reconnect to?
Just my life.
Well, that's not something.
Well, what do you call life then?
Well, I mean, it's in your hands.
Hmm.
She walks over and kind of reaches. Well, she doesn't reach down. She just reaches forward, grabs your hand, and just holds them in hers, like palms up. Literally, look at your hands.
Liam proceeds to look at his hands.
You can do whatever the fuck you want with these. There's a whole world out there. And a lot of other people are taking opportunities to do a lot of things in this world. And some of it's good and some of it's bad. Some of it may mess with you. These are your hands, and you get to decide what you do with them and what they do in this world.
Liam's gonna take his hands back, put them in his pocket, flip a gold piece to her, and just
It
say,
just kind of bounces past her.
"What? For your troubles, but thank you." And Liam's gonna go to the observation deck and just watch the clouds pass by.
Okay.
So glad I asked before I went topside. That could have been bad.
That would have been bad.
Deanna has said it on 2 different sessions not to go topside. So.
It has been 4 weeks and I have forgotten.
That's
Mine-
okay.
Liam is learning.
Nina will watch as you walk by because she's also on the observation deck, but she doesn't say anything. She just watches you pass and goes back to her book.
So Liam, you see Nina's at one of the observation sides. Do you go to the opposite or do you go to the same?
Go to the same, but I'm just going to lean on the railing and watch the clouds.
Okay.
Let's see how awkward this can be.
Yeah, you see your sister sitting there reading a book. You definitely connect eyes at first before you go to the rail and her eyes go back to her book. I believe Nathan, aren't you there too?
I'm wandering around.
Okay, you're wandering around. That's right, you walked past. My bad. Okay. Chara went to take a nap. Rowan is fetal position in her room. Nathan is wandering around. It's anything Nina and Liam either of you want to take the first step?
It won't be Nina.
Mm-hmm. So then, Liam, do you stand there stoically looking out? Or do you engage at any point?
Liam's gonna let the awkward silence last a little longer.
Mhm.
He doesn't know how to bridge this gap, and he's trying to figure it out.
Okay. At one point, you hear crisp footsteps. You see Hestava Branch walking over to your area. She stops at the edge of where the blankets and the pillows are, pauses, looks down at you, Nina, eyes flicker up towards you, Liam. She reaches down, picks up a few things, sets down a few other things, holds the items to her chest, looks at the both of you, and with the most judging look, she just kind of tilts her head up a bit. Children. And she turns, and you hear her footsteps crisply walk back, her boots on the planks. And she heads back down.
I was fucking muted.
I saw the lips moving. I was like, was there a delay? I'm gonna wait for it.
Nope. Trying. So I'm super cognizant of my leg bouncing now. So I'm trying A, not to do it, and B, keep myself muted so that if it does happen, you guys aren't driven bonkers. So what I said was, you could have said hi, you know.
Are you talking to me?
Lets out a loud, exasperated sigh. There's no one else here. Come on.
You could have said hi too. You're the one who entered the room.
I don't mean to me, I mean to her. You know her better. Just
By what measure?
by the measure that you've actually talked to her. It seems like you seems a little rude.
Nina looks back at her book so she doesn't tell Liam to fuck off like the last time he tried to give her advice.
Liam's gonna keep looking at the clouds and just say, you're the older one. I'm supposed to be a shit.
Yeah, well, our birth order doesn't necessarily guarantee what we are, Liam. I think it's quite clear we've both changed.
Liam's gonna turn around and look at her, whether she's looking at him or not, and just say, yeah, guess we have. Then he's going to take a deep breath and say, maybe the Zell I know is gone, but I'd like to get to know Nina.
She takes a really long inhale and will close her book and look at you. Really? Because this is the most you've said to me that wasn't a joke in like a month. What do you want to know?
Let's start with the basics. Where were you?
I was all over. Living in the garbage of Faerun.
I'm just gonna shift his gaze away and say, huh, me too. Surprised we didn't cross paths.
I think that was kind of her point.
Or who?
The hag. Groat. She made us forget each other.
You know, it's hard to be angry and want revenge against someone whose name rhymes with scrote. I feel like life has already done her bad enough. I feel like life has already done bad enough to her.
I think your revenge would be ill-directed.
I have so many feelings towards that, but I'm going to just start by asking you, why do you think that?
Because she didn't kill them, Liam.
She killed someone. And even if she didn't kill anyone, she still took you away. And that's enough. Enough for me, anyway.
I think Nina will get up and walk over to you slowly. And she's gonna try to hug you.
Liam's just gonna be a little uncomfortable and just hands up, like, I'm just a petulant man child. I mean, what is this? What's going on here? I don't deserve a hug. Like, what's going on? As he just keeps like flashing his hands. Like, I don't like.
Okay.
Wait, why are we hugging? Like,
Because it was unfair what you went through.
from the sounds of it, it sounds like it wasn't fair what you went through either. Look, fair, not fair. You can be angry about that. Believe me, I've gone back and forth between it. Sounds like we both went through something. Instead of trying to keep score, why don't we, I don't know, talk about what we went through? The one thing I am going to say is I don't agree with you. The triplets are dead.
Liam, I know that they are. Because I was the one who killed them. And I don't say that now to be mean. But if you want to know me, I killed them. And then I killed Mom. And I didn't do it because I wanted to. But I did it. That fire, there weren't bodies because I incinerated them. She made me do it, but it was me.
Liam's gonna take a long, hard stare.
Nina has taken like 3 steps back, by the way, after you wouldn't give her a hug.
Actually, let me rephrase that, because a long, hard stare has a negative connotation. That's not what I want. Pensive look at you. And just say, look, I don't agree still. We know that she messed with our minds. Both of us. We can agree to disagree here. I'm not going to give up looking for them. I'm not going to fault you if you feel like they're dead either. Just know I'm at least glad to have some family back. And if she comes back to mess with you, I've learned a few things since then. Not all good.
She's not going to mess with me again. You guys took care of that. But that doesn't mean she's gone because we still need information she has.
Well, then we'll deal with that then. And Liam's going to turn back around and start looking at the clouds. Just say, it's a beautiful day.
Glad you're alive to see it, she says, and she will toss her book onto the little seat she was, but she will walk away. And she goes to lay down in her bed petulantly as Rowan is laying in her side petulantly.
Liam is going to take the book and hide it.
It's called Hizari Unchained. No, I'm just kidding.
So some educational reading. Liam's going to just hide the smut.
All right, you hide the smut. All right.
That's a dangerous decision.
Liam lives dangerously if you haven't learned after the past, 3 years.
Rowan, you do hear Nina come back in. She says nothing, slams the door a little bit harder than necessary, crawls into bed facing the opposite direction. So, you're probably facing the wall, and so all you hear is her just, squeaking as the mattress as she gets in and just... and that's how she leaves it.
Rowan hears it, tries not to move or whatever, hesitates because is about to say something, and then holds her tongue.
Is it dinner time or bedtime?
I think it's lunchtime. I don't even think...
No, we were into late afternoon at this point.
Okay,
so
okay.
We're into dinner time now.
Okay.
Anything anyone else wants to do for today? Your first full day of travel on a
Get it over
13-day
with.
trip.
Let it end.
Okay.
Has Rowan eaten
We'll let this
anything?
we'll let this
or-
stay in.
Rowan has not left the room.
Man, you must have to pee.
Well, not if Rowan's not drinking anything
That's true. Dehydrated.
or eating anything.
Have you ever seen Rowan pee? Maybe she doesn't.
It just burns celestially out. Right on out.
A phrase you didn't know you were going to say.
That's canon, and I love it. I was gonna say, Chara, when retiring for the night, would probably retire to Parsoness's cabin and not her own.
Yeah. It's a gently controlled situation. The door opens. You just connect eyes. He kind of looks at you like, you sure? And you kind of look back at him and just however you would react.
Chara would just smirk and say, I'm sure about everything.
You would see him like kind of step forward a bit, kind of right up to you, looking down. And he would kind of bend down and he would lift you up, like bridal style, full on carry you in and kick the door closed behind him. Fade to black.
Love it.
And,
Adorable.
Anyone else doing anything tonight?
At least someone's happy in this group.
No. All right. Yep. So everyone gets, go ahead and you can mark off a long rest. And for the next day. So day 2 of travel. Again, this is 13 days of travel. Where are we? Oops, shit. I didn't mean to open that. Hold on.
That's a long time. That's a long time to be on this ship.
Yep.
It is. It is. It's almost...
But it gives us 2 weeks to plan what we're gonna do in Waterdeep, so which is good because it's got to happen upon like
Yeah, I'm
immediately.
thinking we need to
upon
have
us getting
family
there.
dinner. Yeah.
Okay. So it is 28th of Marpenoth or Leaf Fall. And you have the day before you. Is there anything anyone wants to do in particular? Someone mentioned having discussion.
Yeah, I just think we need to plan for Waterdeep because it's going to take us essentially 2 weeks to get back, and we were only given 2 weeks to make it happen. So it's not like we got a lot of time to.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Nathan's just doing the replicas. Every night he is practicing reading.
Oh, I forgot you were doing that.
And then at some point, if Liam, or I guess Marco, if you're up for it, he would want to find Liam kind of wandering around the ship and kind of interact with him, if that's something you want to do.
Okay. So then we'll start off.
Because you use guns.
We'll start off. You all wake up at varying times. You miss breakfast. However, Chara, you hear a light knocking at Parsoness's door. And you kind of look over and see Parsoness is out. Totally out. What do you do?
Obviously, I open the door.
You open the door. You see Enof. Well, you look down. You see Enof looking up at you. Her eyes kind of widen for a moment, and then she kind of giggles. I have breakfast. Sorry, it's just Captain doesn't usually miss breakfast with the crew. I had breakfast here for him, but actually, you know what?
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah, it's probably enough for both of you. And she kind of leans down, picks up the tray, and holds it out. Here you go.
Well, thank you. And then Chara will take the tray. I'll chip her. Just like, take the tray.
All right. By the way, I really like your tails.
Oh. Thank you. I grew them myself.
As you're closing, after you say that and like the door starts to close, you see her eyes like, like, the fuck you meant you grow them yourself? And the door slams closed. Yeah.
Enough is officially my new favorite NPC.
Rowan and Nina, you hear a light knock at your door. And,
I think Nina would get up to get it. Yeah, she pouted for the evening, but
you open the door. You see Enough still in the kind of like half knocking, still looking behind her. Oh, hey, hi, good morning. I have breakfast for you. She pulls the tray forward. Here we go. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. You're still waking up, aren't you?
That's okay. No, we need to eat. She needs to eat. And Nina just kind of like stands to the side and pushes the door open for Enoch.
Absolutely. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day, don't you know? She kind of wheels it in, pushing it forward. All right. Looks around the room. There we go. Walks over to a kind of desk area. Well, I figured you all would probably have your own kind of breakfast this morning, all of you together, so I just was going to put it all in here, if that's all right. You guys have a little bit of the bigger room anyways. She does it. She just starts putting things on the table, spreading things out, kind of pauses, looks at it for a moment. Oh, no, that's not right. She starts rearranging, makes it look all perfect and everything. And then she takes the tray that she has, the cart, pauses, looks over at Rowan. Rowan, are you still sleeping through all this, or are you awake?
I'd probably be awake.
She pauses and looks over at you. Good morning. Good morning, sunshine.
Morning, Enoch.
Oh, actually, let me go for that. Yeah, she, her eyes, you see her eyes kind of trail off to the side, looking at the pile of armor and stuff in the corner. Eyes then kind of look back at you. It's good breakfast. Hearty meal. You need to fill that belly of yours. Warm breakfast. Sometimes a little good food just makes the soul feel better, you know?
And it being from you, I have no doubt.
You. She starts to like back up, shuffle back a bit. And then as she's about to go out the door, I'll go let the others know. Come on in here, okay?
That sounds great. Yeah.
All right, don't start without them. Goes down. Nathan and Liam, you hear a loud banging on your door.
Then Nathan will just open the door. Morning.
Yeah.
Good morning, sunshine. Oh, I'm so happy to see y'all. All right, breakfast is ready. It's been served. It's in Miss Nina and Rowan's room. Y'all gonna need to sussy up a bit there. Looking a little.
Nathan kind of looks down and realizes he's like not wearing a shirt.
Mhm.
Yeah, nobody needs to see that. He turns around and walks
Well,
back in
I
the room.
mean, not this time in the morning. I mean, you know, just kind of turns, walks off, and just kind of head leaning back. Okay, now, goodbye.
Liam just looks at Nathan. I like her.
Hey, she cooks. That's the important thing.
Whoa.
That's a big win in my books for anybody.
I like her personality.
Oh, she's a great person. But the minute you start cooking food for me, you're my friend.
Yeah, well, I guess we should go eat.
When she left our room, and her last thing was, "I'm going to get the others." Rowan's gonna start getting up and like walk over to the food and just. I'm gonna grab a plate and.
Yeah, Nina was also like, yeah, I'm not fucking waiting. And she just goes and grabs bacon and starts eating.
Oh, it's not even I'm gonna grab a plate and be like, I'd rather just eat in silence, and I'm going to head towards the door with the plate and leave before everyone shows up.
You open the door and you start to head out. Nathan and Liam, you all start to come out of your room, and you see Rowan stepping out with plate in hand.
I keep on walking.
Where are you off to?
Get some fresh air.
Any particular reason? Isn't this a breakfast we're all supposed to have? At least that was the impression I got.
What's in the room?
Ah, I see. You're a coward. All right, then. And Nathan will just walk into the room.
Liam's just gonna look at this and like, the fuck? I just want bacon.
As you say that, you walk into the room, and Nina goes, fresh bacon.
Thank you. Go over and grab some bacon.
Ooh.
Nom.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Rowan wanted silence, so.
Yeah, she's running from her problems again.
She'll come around.
Really?
She's gonna have to, right?
I mean, I thought that before, but I think I'm still waiting.
And it points to the pile of shit in the corner. I think she's mad.
What did you do?
I don't think it has anything to do with me. I think it has the fact that she can't, talk to her god or something like that. Whatever Chara said that day.
Right.
Still here, I just don't want to be eating on screen.
Well, that's kind of selfish of her. At this point in time. No, it's horrible to say, but we do have a kid to save and a bunch of other stuff we could use her help with, and if she's going to focus on that rather than what we need to do...
I was going to give her at least another 2 days. I figure 3 out of the 13 that were on this boat she can process. If she doesn't come around in a couple of days, we can corner her and bully her into being our friend again. Seemed to work with
Oh,
Liam.
that's fun.
How is bullying someone going to make them your friend?
It was a joke.
I very much question your level of friendship.
I literally just said it worked with you, so clearly it was a joke.
So you think?
Yep, you killed it, Liam. You killed it dead.
Nina just eats more food. Have any of you seen Chara?
Not recently. No. I don't know where she heads her tails these days.
All right. Well, let's just hope she didn't demi-plane herself away somewhere with the Fey Queen.
I mean, I guess let's hope. Got back last time somehow. All we didn't see.
Rowan, you wander down the plank. Where are you headed?
Probably to the observation deck.
Okay. You start to head towards one of the observation decks. As you reach the navigation table and start to turn, you see Hestiva standing there with a book in her hands, but clasped at her waist. And she just clears her throat and looks at you.
Oh crap, what's her name? Melora. How's Melora?
She's on the mend. No thanks to you.
Yes. Oh, thank God you were there.
My dear, I offered first aid. Nothing more.
Well, I couldn't even do that, so.
Why is that exactly?
I don't know, it could be a myriad of things.
Roll a deception check.
$18.
You can bullshit your way all day, my dear. The sooner you come to the truth, the sooner you come to your truth, and you can actually get back to business. You want to help people, don't you?
I just look at her, I don't answer.
She also looks back at you.
You have something to say? Just say it. There's a little bit of anger under the tone.
Hestiva kind of lifts her head back a bit. My dear, I think you're the one with something to say. Stop holding back. Say your piece put it in the open and face it.
There's some hesitation as she looks at her. Probably sees a fluctuation of emotions through the eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Guilt, anger, sadness, scared. Starts to open her mouth like she's gonna say something, and I'd rather eat this food before it gets cold. And starts to walk. And I'm assuming past her? Do I have to walk past her?
To get to the observation area on that side?
Yeah.
Yeah. As you walk past, you just hear cowards walk that path. And then she starts to walk forward, walking away.
Rowan takes a couple more steps and stops for a sec. And then just continues walking.
You hear the boots pause as well at the end of the plank towards the navigation table. And you hear call back. If you can't find your own self, at least seek out those who will find you. You hear her kind of scoff for a moment. And then the boots crisply kind of echo as they walk away. All right. Chara back? Allie? You there? All right. Anything?
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry. So, following breakfast, anything you want to do? You know that the rest of the group is, sans Rowan, is meeting in Nina's room. Nina and Rowan's room. Did you want to meet with them or stay where you're at?
That's a good question. I feel like is there Chara would ask Parsness for a map of Faerun. If he has one. Like a big one.
Yeah.
He has one, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's laid out.
Yeah. I mean, he would pull out he's got several. He would roll out a map of Faerun.
I feel like Chara would take the map and thank him for the map. And then I know the giggle is scary. And then she would kind of, because she would take up space. Like, she has no problem taking up space. So she would roll out the map. She would grab like a pen and mark like mark a little X over Waterdeep.
Okay.
And then she's gonna look at the map and then she's gonna go, I'm not good at this. And then she's gonna go find everyone else. And then she's gonna take this map and this pin with her.
You hear him chuckling behind you as you scurry off. The rest, Nina, Liam, and Nathan, you hear a scurrying of feet and shuffling, and suddenly the door bursts open, and you see Chara with map and pens and things in hand. She is... Did you redress?
Oh shit, no I didn't.
You see Chara walking in with a map, fully kitsuned out and naked, like just walking in.
Well, good morning.
I had an idea. I had a thought, and obviously it couldn't wait.
Would you?
And she's gonna like spread the map out, and she's kind of looks like the meme from Sunny.
Oh,
got,
Charlie.
like, he's like, whoa.
Pepe
Yes.
Silva. Pepe Silva.
And she's like, okay, I was thinking, like, does not pretend that there was, like, she's starting a whole new conversation. What if we marked everywhere we know the deceiver has been at some point?
Okay.
And do you think there could be a pattern? Does that sound like something?
Yeah.
It sounded like something in my head, and now that I'm saying it out loud, I'm like, I don't think that this is anything.
No, I mean, I think we started.
Not that I think it's going to be like this
cults.
big like star that says here.
Mm-hmm. No, I think you're on the right track. We started to do it with the cults, but I don't think we did it with the deceiver. So yeah. Nina would get up and go put an X. She would find Millstone on the map and put an X over it.
Okay. You mark an X on Millstone. I gotta find Millstone. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't know if it's actually marked on this map. I couldn't remember.
I don't think not on this one. Let's do...
This is also a ginormous map.
It is very big. Millstone is here.
Right near Hellgate Keep. Got it. That checks out.
Okay, follow-up question, DM. Follow-up question. Does Chara know where she originated from on the map?
Roll me a history check to see if you recall
I don't know if I'm
the
gonna get that
path.
close tonight. Can I cast guidance on myself?
Did you already roll? If you already rolled,
Yeah,
I
but
would.
it can say I can roll. Okay, well then 8. It's an 8. It wasn't great.
You're not sure. You're struggling. It was a forest. You know that. You know there was
And I don't remember.
a village nearby.
Yeah. Great, that really narrows it down. And did we put an X on Waterdeep, right?
Oh.
Well, we don't know that he's been in Waterdeep.
We do know he's been in Waterdeep because remember there was the wait.
That's
were
the
we
cult.
told that? Were we that was communicated with us that I thought it was the deceiver that with the vision. Didn't Rowan have a vision?
Yeah, I guess we don't really know who's behind that, though. We don't know if the demon showed up. It was fire. We know that. Like an explosion, but...
Yeah, it was not necessarily described as
We haven't confirmed.
correct.
I'm going to switch microphones and see if that helps.
Any other markings on the map you want to do?
I gotta pull up my conspiracy theory thing. Hold on.
Is that better or worse?
Sound is definitely worse. I felt like the lag wasn't so bad that time, but I would prefer you lag and have better sound quality.
Yeah.
What about now?
Yeah, you sound good.
But there's still a delay.
Well, your video's down anyways.
Really?
Yeah.
It's okay. On our break, I'll just restart.
Okay.
I don't have any more things for the Deceiver, I don't think. We know that he was affiliated with Chara's background in some way, but we don't know where. And then we potentially know that he messed around with Rowan's Deva guide, but again, we don't know where that was. So I don't think we have much more of a place for that. Unless we pull out the mirror.
Do you say that out loud, Nina?
I think she does, and then quickly shovels her mouth full of food.
Mm-hmm. So everyone but Rowan does hear that.
I'm all right. That's better. I'm all right with dealing with the mirror. I just want to make sure you're okay with it.
I just don't want to do it on this ship. I have a feeling
that's a
that a
concern.
lot of things could explode if she were to get a hold of me. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm not as susceptible to her as I was before.
That, and I won't let her do that, so it's not really a concern. My concern is more the crew,
Right. I think
but
this
in the
is a
sense of
good idea.
protecting them, they are so much more dangerous than we are.
Mhm.
They've made it very clear they ain't scared of us.
I mean, I think this is a good idea, but I don't think now is the time for it necessarily. I think this waits until after we see things through with the Shadow Thieves. And preferably when Rowan's up for talking. Because she plays a big part in this, whether she wants to acknowledge it or not.
Makes sense to me.
Liam, in any of your other travels, did you ever come across anyone named the Deceiver?
DM, would I have? 'Cause I
Mm,
think I have, but
yeah, no. Mm-mm.
the answer is no. As Liam just puts more bacon in his mouth.
I just imagine we've all just eaten the bacon and any fruit or anything has been like left to the side.
Yeah, fruit, cheeses, which have been very delicately and purposefully placed on its own plate off to the side.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, in all honesty, if Nathan ended up missing breakfast with the crew, he's cranking everything down.
Hmm.
Fair enough.
Doesn't matter what it is other than the cheese.
Okay. So, until Rowan comes to her senses, then we put a pin in this.
Could we also maybe put, I don't know, if we put X's for the deceiver, is it possible to do triangles for the cults? Because I don't remember. I remember some of them.
Yeah.
So the
And we can
cult.
do this like. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. So the cults are all in the Desserin Valley thus far. The only outside that you've really had knowing of them being outside of the Desserin Valley is, for instance, when they hit Red Larch or the Earth Cult that was in Waterdeep, as Flick feared. So you know Waterdeep, you know Red Larch. Other than that,
There was the
know.
Yartar stuff, right? The power.
That's
the-
right. Yep.
the power out
In
there.
Yartar. Yep, you're correct.
But that's all still surrounding the
Mm-hmm.
valley in a way. Waterdeep's like the first one where they've really ventured out. If it was them, I guess Waterdeep's still right there. Yeah, it's the closest city.
Was there any sort of like library on the ship?
No, not that you're aware of.
You gotta raid Parsnip's personal collection.
I don't even know what the dude's real name is anymore.
Parsonus Crisp.
Yeah.
Or stumble upon some hidden genie smut.
Yeah.
He's not ashamed.
So, Denna, Xanathars, We now have a replacement for her, but we still have to get her out of there and ensure Xanathars doesn't sweep in the meantime. Thoughts? This is a no bad ideas zone right now.
Keeping Xanathars out is... I don't know if that's tricky or easy. And I think that's the part that makes it difficult for me to decide. If we just walk in, get a meeting with Denna, tell her the job's done, which technically it is, and then remove her from power and anybody that follows her, that basically clears it out. But we can't exactly sit there and wait for the other guys to show up. So hopefully they're already here.
I think that's likely. I think, as Liam has told us before, the Shadow Thieves don't want to be known, so if they were, we wouldn't know, but it seems silly that they wouldn't have people everywhere.
Right. And I'm pretty sure we don't want to get the wild cards involved. Or is that something that's on the table?
I mean, I think that's a conversation that we'd have to bring to the captain, right? I think we still owe getting Terrence out of there, and I think they're fully invested in that.
Makes sense, but I mean on the aftermath.
Oh,
Like if they're willing to watch the place until Shadow Thieves show up. I just don't know how long we want to spend there after all said and done. I know that doesn't help the beginning part, but
I wouldn't dare to speak for the captain and his crew, so we should ask.
fair.
We could ask. I worry about putting the wild cards in danger with Xanathar.
Agreed.
That's my biggest concern, is that Xanathar would just come in and, for lack of a better term, exterminate whatever is in place in an effort to take control.
See, I agree with that. But at the same time, if that was their goal, I don't know why they haven't done that already. Like, what is keeping them out and making a deal rather than just taking over? I don't understand that part.
Yeah.
Hostile takeovers generally never end well.
Maybe. I don't know. This is not my expertise.
Okay, so what if... Hear me out. Hear me out. Tinfoil hat time. What if instead of killing Denna outright... Now hold on. Instead of killing Denna outright, what if we unionized, brought together all of the fighters and caused a rebellion of sorts?
That was my original plan. You didn't like it.
Was that your... I don't think that was your original plan, and in fact, I am willing... What?
I said
thought
I'd
the
go in the
original
front
plan
door,
was to mark
distract
in and just
everybody.
shoot
You
her.
guys all sneak in the back and release all the prisoners and stuff and cause like a scene. And you guys didn't like that.
Hold on. That's a little different than what I'm suggesting. In that I would do it a little bit more sneakily and not so hastily, per se. if we're gonna go in and tell Denna the job is done, convince her that the job is done. Get Terrence out of there. Spread word. I don't know. Maybe I was thinking a little bit more subterfuge than just running in causing a distraction.
Well, that was before we
But
had the whole.
if that
field
was
thing,
your
but yeah.
was your idea. Right. I really thought your whole plan was to go in and just shoot her and call it a day. And I was like, you can't do that. So obviously I misunderstood.
I mean, that was a big part of it, but I don't hate this idea. So your thought is we go in, we tell her the deal's done, that the Shadow Thieves will be reaching out soon. We get Terrence back, we get him out, and while we're getting him out, we tell the fighters in an hour it's go time, and then we come back in and light the place up. Is that like...
Does anyone have a...
That's kind of...
And this is just me spitballing here because I still don't have my magic. Can anyone make my face look any different?
Nope.
Not with
I
magic.
mean, I can make your face look different, but permanently without... Yeah, exactly. Without magic.
I mean, that's not what we're looking for. Because I was thinking if we're trying to lie to them about Shadow Thieves, or at least make the argument that Shadow Thieves are there, I am still technically a former Shadow Thief. I could play the role if I had a different face with my tattoo and everything, of saying, distracting her with that. A little bit of subterfuge, but with a more realistic, truthful base, since, again, was part of the Shadow
What are
Thief.
you looking to change?
Anything that won't let her know that I'm who she had in her dungeons before. Because that's the one snag we have on that. Normally, if I still had... And I don't know if I've mentioned it before, but I'm just going to pretend that over the past couple days I mentioned that I can't do magic anymore. Retrospective lore dump. Can't do magic anymore. So normally I would just snap my fingers and I'd have a different face. But at this point I can't do that. Either that or...
Seems like a lot of that no magic thing going around lately.
That or, with the
Like a
earpiece...
contagious thing? Should people be concerned?
I'm a warlock, so my person's just pissed at me, I guess. And she's going to stay in her dagger until she decides she wants to talk to me. I will use other daggers until then. But another option we have is if someone else can pretend to be a Shadow Thief. I can walk them through things through the earpiece, but there's the problems with that is they wouldn't have the tattoo, one, and two, who do we know that can fill that in? And in terms of just the idea of the wild cards, I'm sorry, I've been taking all this all in and making a list in my head. In terms of the wild cards, between you and me, guys, I don't want kids involved.
Fair. I need to take a pause moment because I thought you were the weirdest person I'd ever met. You talking to your knife constantly makes so much more sense now.
We live in strange times. I'm just going to step over that. We live in strange times. So, those are my thoughts about it. I think if we can make it work, having a fake envoy of the Shadow Thieves to have a meeting with her to sort of set could give us a chance to mess around a bit.
Really, the only thing I was concerned about was getting Terrence back. After that, we can let loose. So...
Well, we could use like a fake advocate or envoy to request the release.
Do you think the Shadow Thieves would care about our problem? Because technically, this is an us problem, not a Shadow Thieves problem.
No.
I think the
With your experience.
I think the Shadow Thieves would care about anything that what's the word I'm looking for, that furthers their own interests. They do have rules for things. I'm also trying to get rid of this clear. There we go. A little bit better. But I don't want us to be on one track of thought. I'm just saying this is one idea that I think would work, but it's contingent on us having essentially a person that can act the part. Again,
I think it's a great idea. I just
coach
don't know how
them,
to
but
stuff.
yeah, it involves us bringing another person in, another person that
Or
Dana
just
hasn't met.
scroll that can change what you look like, right?
As long as it's not permanent. I don't want this beautiful face to be permanent.
I mean, there's
Okay,
ways to
so we're
choose.
exploring. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, so we're exploring the subterfuge version of Nathan's original plan. We are considering bringing in an envoy as like an envoy, as somebody to pretend to be part of the Shadow Thieves to convince her, essentially.
Yeah. We can make an argument that, or an argument could be made that to seal the deal, they would, I pick a prisoner that would join one of the, not I mean the royal, not the royal, whoever is the envoy, can make an argument that they need to choose one of their prisoners to take as someone who will be put into the Shadow Thieves in one of the cells, and from there they can pick Terrence and get him out. That seems like the cleanest way, as well as faking the agreement for the Shadow Thieves, which leaves Dana without an ally, thinking that she has one. So if she makes a move, she's much weaker without the backup that she is looking for. So it destabilizes that idea.
Or, I like it. We could do a letter, effectively removing Deanna as the leader and putting our envoy in her place as the intermediate controller of the space.
I feel like I will go with the group, but I am concerned that's pushing our luck a little bit.
I think asking for Terrence as the person to go in the Shadow Thieves Guild gives it all away, though, too. She already knows we want him back.
Damn, you're right.
I agree.
But I think I didn't see the contract Nathan signed, but I was under the impression that we would get him back as part of the deal if we finished this. I thought. So that might not be the issue. It's still a good idea. I would just say let's fake choose another fighter, maybe one that we think would be useful to us and willing to join our efforts.
Honestly, if you're going as part of the Shadow Thieves, I would just do what you know how to do. Pick the best option. Sell it. I don't know if that's normally how they operate, though. So, I mean, really, you're just there to tell her that the deal went through and we're good.
What if we go back to that page turner place, the place where we got the scrolls that we used to find everyone? Maybe we can get one that maybe he'll have something that'll help disguise. A mask that can change your hair color or make your face look different, or there's got to be a spell out there. This is Char's thing normally with the illusions, but
Yeah, I got that. Sounds great. I have no ideas because I don't know how any magic work really.
Chara's pointing out that we can't show our faces because we're wanted. We supposedly jumped into a well, remember?
Oh yeah, but that hasn't stopped us from getting around the city before.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's kind of my thought.
Who didn't? And I'm might be misremembering here, and I was actually going to ask DM. Didn't we like get let off with like a, you have to be here an X amount of time. We're going to investigate this, and then they will give me back my shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we could always just crawl back out of the well.
DM, when will I get my shit back?
That's a big if, buddy. I think that's a whole other problem to solve.
Won't my
You
stuff be-
all were told to be available.
Yeah, and then we
For
left
questioning?
for a month.
You left, yeah, for 14 days. It's now 16. You don't know what you're going back to.
I want my stuff back.
You know your stuff was, when they originally told you, it was going to be taken to Blackstaff Tower to be reviewed by the wizards there and the staff there to ensure it's not a danger to Waterdeep. Because there were magical items that they were not sure of.
Mm-hmm. So I am going to propose. Actually, what am I? Why do I not have D&D Beyond up? What the hell did I do?
Chara has offered to be the envoy because she can change the way she looks. Again, don't hate it. It could work.
I'm just looking through my stuff real quick. Okay, whatever gets us through this. I will make a slight request that after we resolve this, would you all be so kind and compassionate enough to help me break into Blackstaff Tower and get my stuff back? And also loot it for whatever else we can get. Crime.
To make sure I understand correctly, you want to like break into like the most secure place with a bunch of wizards in the city.
Nina just goes, yeah, I'm going to pretend you didn't say that. Like, that stuff is all replaceable.
No, it's not. Not my Helm of Comprehending Languages or my Rope of Climbing.
No, I'm fairly certain we can get those things in a different manner.
Not my Scroll of Haste, Invisibility, or Pass Without a Trace.
Those are literally scrolls, Liam. You bought them, right?
You guys are limiting my options!
No, but I'm not gonna go into, like Chara said, literally a tower full of wizards. Their sanctum, where they are most powerful, to get your fucking rope of climbing.
That rope saved us from the water. Fine. I'll figure another way out to get it.
Could just go turn yourself in.
Anyway, back to the plan at hand.
All right. So Chara, you disguise yourself as a shadow thief, an envoy of, installing yourself as their representative with Denna, under Denna, and replacing of Denna. Are we telling her she's outed? Or does that come
I think
after?
we're just
we
telling
do
her
it?
the deal went through, and
Okay.
then an actual group, I guess, later would be showing up to the details or something along those lines. I don't know.
Okay.
Whatever works really there.
Then we go
Question
get Terrence out.
for you, Liam. Is there anything special about your tattoo that can't just be like what makes it unique? Because I feel like if Chara can make herself look like anything, that tattoo is easy to just fake. So if there's something that makes it unique, that would be good information to have.
Come back to me. I'm doing real quick research.
Oh, sounds good. So, I mean, yeah, Chara, if you can be that person.
I can try. Worst case, we go back to plan A, which was shoot him up.
Perfect. But on top of that, too, it just depends on how we want to do this. Because do we want to release the prisoners kind of at the same time
I'm
we're
really on the
meeting with Denna? Or do we want to kind of do that later? I'm a little fuzzy on that. Because my thought was to do it at the same time, essentially. So we would need two groups. One being sneaky, stealthy, and lockpicky.
Liam and I could handle the fighters. I think between my invisibility, Liam's lockpicking, and getting Terrence out, I don't know.
Makes sense to me.
And I think that makes the most sense with Nathan having the most history with Denna, and then I think that makes the most sense. And then Rowan can join whichever group speaks to the heart.
And if Rowan wants to be part of one team or the other, we can ask. I think she might be better suited to backing you and Nathan up, but we'll let her choose. Given her current mental state, she might want to sit it out, and if that's her choice, that's her choice too.
True.
Yeah. We really need to have a come to Heronius meeting, I think.
Okay, yep.
Did you get that? Did anybody get that one?
Yep.
Yep.
I was really proud of that one. I'm not gonna lie. That was good. It was good and southern of me. I was very proud of that.
Jesus.
No, I think you're right. When you spoke with him before, you said Rowan had strayed from her path in his sight or whatnot, but he had not abandoned her. And Nina kind of like looks over at the pile of armor. I'm really afraid that she thinks he has, or that she's unworthy of his sight anymore. To be honest, I'm really afraid she's going to cut her arm off.
Well, Okay, that's reasonable. That sounds right. I think that. Listen, the big thing is if Rowan doesn't have faith in Heronius anymore, then that's ultimately Rowan's choice. Heronius will be there waiting if she changes her mind, but I think that it's a matter of what Rowan wants to do next, and I think that's what she's trying to figure out. I think we'll have to be patient and see if it's a phase or if it's just who she is.
You hear a loud crack of thunder. Just breaks into a rumbling.
Oh, that sounds like it's going to be fun.
Nope, don't like that. Don't like that at all. Do you know, I just need this group to know, out of character really quick. I've been really stressed since DM said the date at the beginning of the day. Like, this is somehow a very significant day. And I don't know why. And it's really stressing me out.
I don't normally, but
I mean, we are on like a calendar
You
of
don't.
events happening. Yeah, like we took a very long break from a main plot that was very time specific. We didn't know the timeline, but it's time specific.
I'm just saying.
Yep. Nope. I agree.
DM said the date, and I was like, "What is it? Somebody's birthday? Is it? Like, why is the 28th
Looking
of
at the-
Markov specific? Markov
Looking at the
specific?
calendar, I can see that it's going to be a full.
I looked
moon
at the
soon.
calendar.
Yeah. All right.
Well, anyway, not to
Okay.
derail, but
So we got somewhat of a plan. Let's keep thinking over the next couple of days. And if anyone comes up with anything else, go team.
okay.
Got nothing.
You guys kind of wrap up your breakfast. And unless anyone has anything in particular they want to do today,
After Rowan attempts to eat the breakfast, probably
Mhm.
eats like one bite of everything and doesn't even finish it. I'm gonna go find Melora. We're gonna go to the infirmary location or whatever, and
there's no infirmary on this ship. You wander around looking, kind of going from room to room. You can't find her. You don't. You kind of knock on doors you're not familiar with. Nothing.
I guess what you're saying. I would go to the room that we originally dropped her off in.
So originally, when they had brought her in, it was on the main plankway on the first floor.
Okay, so I'd go to that spot.
And then she was taken to Parsonus's room.
Is there any remnants of the scene?
No. There's no blood or anything left.
I will then go to. Did she hear that they were taking her to Parsonus's? I'm not sure if I was there or not.
No, I think you were helping the refugees.
Yeah. I still would like to go to his room. Unrelated situation, though.
Mhm.
So I'd go to his room and knock.
You hear a 1 moment. A minute later, door opens. Oh, hello. What can I help you with?
I'm curious if you happen to have your own little library or anything. Just an assortment of books, specifically anything that could be related to Celestials.
uh, sure. Kind of backs up a bit and opens the door wider and gestures to a bookshelf off to the side. As you head over there, you kind of start looking over the titles, and you hear his footsteps just kind of slowly making a circle, kind of a wide circle around you. You hear him kind of slump into his desk chair. And you mostly see navigational books. There's a couple of fictional novels, but for the most part, you see a lot of questionable young adult fan fiction type novels. It's smutty. You can feel a gaze on you from behind.
Are these? Do they look? Quick glance. Do they look like they're in alphabetical order by author, or is it?
Oh, no. They look like a... roll me an insight check.
13.
It is completely complete randomness. You're not sure as to the order.
Is there an order to your chaos?
Of course. I suppose. As much as one can bring order to chaos. Do you know much about that?
About order or about chaos? And I
Either
say
or.
without looking back at him.
Mm-hmm. Either or.
Seem to have come quite acquainted with chaos lately.
Comfortable or uncomfortable?
I start like bending down lower. What do you think?
Does my opinion matter in this?
Does mine?
It's your question. Typically, the answer always matters to the question.
I'll be like looking down and I'll stand up and I'll turn around to face him. You seem to be someone who reads one thing or another. What happens to someone like me when they die?
Depends on the manner of your death.
What if I choose it?
Which death do you choose? Still depends on the manner.
I hear we're pretty far up. Shouldn't go outside.
Well, Then I believe you would fly.
I'm gonna do a insight on that of I'm trying to see if his statement is meant to be like snarky or if he's or like a joke answer or if he's actually just using a statement that he believes in.
Yeah.
Okay. 9.
You somehow rolled above him. I have no idea. That is the worst roll. Okay. You get the idea he is both being snarky and being honest. There's truth to it, and yet you can tell he's got a bead on you. And he's not afraid to grab it.
What if I choose not to fly?
Then I suppose you would then stand before your maker and face his judgment. Should he decide to even take up your case anymore. I think the bigger question, why? Why would you want to make such a drastic decision?
I kind of lean back against a bookshelf. Long pause, kind of like looking down at the floor. Because I'm so tired. And have caused so much pain. And maybe it's the one way I can see my mother again. And after saying that, she's gonna slide down to the floor. Because it's first time she has said it out loud, not only to herself, but to anyone else.
His eyes just kind of follow you down. And then kind of bounce around the room, thoughtful. And you believe you'll have answers when you face your mother?
I don't even know if it's answers or just to be held. And I pull like my legs up and like wrap my arms around my shins.
Did you know your mother?
No.
What makes you think she would hold you?
I guess I don't.
It's not to be cruel, I just... I knew my mother. And she was not one for emotional output. I don't want to ruin the picture you have of your mother, because I'm sure it's beautiful. My time away from my mother, I had quite a beautiful picture myself. Until I met her again, and the picture was made quite clear. That's not the same for everyone. I thought I could have answers if I ever faced her again. I was right, I had answers. But they didn't fix anything. I had to decide what I wanted to do, who I wanted to be. You want to be held. That's a world full of people willing to hold. But I think you're too busy running off to jump off a ship.
He goes to start to say something and then just keeps his mouth shut.
Somewhere along the line, you lost your way.
Too much blood on my hands now.
What's too much?
One is too much.
Do you think you're going to get through life without getting blood on your hands? Simply interacting with people.
There's a difference from the blood I felt was protecting the world and the blood of innocence around me.
It's sweet that you think everyone's innocent.
It's not that people are all innocent. I would go against everything that Heronius has said about a good and an evil, but I've had two people die having known me. A third basically be dead. Were they perfect people? No, but They weren't evil. And
And they were killed specifically because they knew you? Because I feel like my life is currently in danger and the rest of my career are in danger if that's the case. And if that's the case, so help me, I'll throw you off the boat myself.
I wouldn't blame you.
Do you really think you're in charge of their deaths? What part did you play in it?
I'm gonna stand up and kind of start pacing in front of the bookcase. One wouldn't have even been in the location if it wasn't for me going into a keep, thinking you could just clear it out and rid the evil like it was nothing.
Did you drag them in?
It doesn't matter about dragging them in by the.
Oh, it most certainly just. Of course it does. Everyone has a choice. You should know this. One of celestial blood.
Well, that wasn't a choice.
Birthright's not a choice, no.
I don't even know why I'm telling you all that. I don't even know you.
I know you.
And what is that supposed to mean?
You're all the same. Half angels, half humans. High and mighty. You like to have all these rules and how you think life should be. You have this perfect vision of how it all should look, and when it doesn't fit, you tend to lose your shit. Have little temper tantrums, get fussy, start dealing out judgment.
I think the only judgment I'm giving is to myself.
There it is.
Well-placed judgment.
Still judgment. You believe you're worthy to be a judge?
I don't think I'm worthy of anything anymore.
Then you're probably not worthy to judge yourself. If you truly are not pleased with who you are, where you've gone in life, the relationships you've built, and all the things you've done, people you've saved, if all you can see is that which you've lost and not what you've gained, you can't color me surprised, but maybe you're not the person I thought you were.
Yeah, I'm a pretty big disappointment anymore.
You have the chance to start over. Everyone does.
It's probably more accurate than you can realize. Probably can't be a cleric anymore.
Why not?
The magic is gone.
Did you think all the gods just died when you lost your magic?
No, that's not what I mean.
You sure? Or you're pissed at them?
Her jaw sets a little bit.
Oh, this is good. I'm sorry, it's just not every day that a half celestial is pissed at the gods sitting on the floor in front of a half demon, a half fiend. Sorry, devil.
Well, there's always a first time for everything.
Oh, I love this. Look, Rowan. You're very sad.
Thank you.
But it's primarily self-inflicted. That's just my initial judgment. And it is a judgment. It's my judgment. You can choose to take that on yourself if you like. However, my understanding is clerics, if they lose their power, it's for a fucking reason. If you have no inclination of finding out what that reason is, then move on. Or if you want to just stay pissed for a bit, that's okay. But you punishing yourself is not just punishing yourself. Because whether you like it or not, people love you.
I thought that was true. That I was gaining a family, but I don't necessarily feel that it's true.
I don't think you know what a family is. And I think you're too scared to even try and find out. You'd rather run and go hide and jump off the ship and fall to your death than even try.
The last time I tried, the person ran away and got himself killed.
And so your choice is to sit down and quit. As if you have one chance in life. As if that's a one and done and that's it.
Maybe I've tried over and over. I did say I've lost 2 people.
Oh, fuck me.
Sorry, you're not my type.
Yeah. No offense. But I've lost countless. And you know what keeps me going? Are the ones that are still here. Can I still get them killed? Absolutely. There's always someone else that I might get it right on. And even if just one of them I can get right. It's a possibility of one person that might change this world. I figure it's worth it. You need to learn to eat it. To swallow it down when it hurts. Accept it. And decide to continue on.
She takes a big, deep breath. Looks back over at the bookcase. She just keeps walking by.
Second shelf down, fourth from the left. That's my recommendation.
I reach down and grab it.
You pull a book out.
I just turn and look at the cover. Come on, DM. What are you giving me?
I swear I thought I made some book names, and I did not.
Is it educational or is it educational?
Absolutely educational in the most inappropriate way. You look at it for a long moment. The cover on the book is just obscene. And you kind of glance back at Parsonus, who just kind of smirks. Sometimes fear won't go away. So you'll have to do it afraid. It's as simple as that.
Simple.
Don't overcomplicate it. It's unnecessary.
How's Melora?
She's healing.
Is she awake?
Yes.
Would she be willing to see a visitor?
I'll have to decline. I'm sorry. Perhaps
Fair enough.
later.
I'll start turning to walk towards the door. And be like, it's fair enough. Just give her a message if you're willing, or not. It's up to you. Just tell her I'm sorry. I couldn't help. Thank God you had your crew who was able to save her.
Yes, thank God they were there. Do you ever just ask yourself, what's the worst thing that could ever happen to you?
I'd say the worst thing I already did. Like, God made a choice on me that was probably the worst they could have done. And she starts to reach for the handle to leave.
Perhaps you should speak to the rest of your party. While you're so self-involved in your own. They suffer without you. Outside observer, of course. What do I know?
Thanks for the talk. Sorry to bother you.
You see him kind of roll his eyes a bit and just gets up, walks over, and closes the door.
I'll look down at the cover of the book. If someone was looking, there's a little bit of a blush on her cheeks. Hide it away because I'm not carrying this on the ship where I pass people. So it's gonna stuff it in the back of her shirt.
All right. And then where do you head?
Ooh, what time is it at this point?
Probably late morning. Getting close to afternoon.
I'll go ahead and head back to my room.
Okay. You head back to the room. Anyone stay behind in the room?
I don't think so. I think Nina takes Nathan's lead in the fact that he's been helping out the crew, and she'll go find someone to help, even if it's just like Enoch cutting veggies or something in the kitchen. Like she's
Okay.
trying to
Kind of
stay
spreading
busy.
out. Yeah. All right. Then with that, why don't we take a 10-minute break? Since it's 8:20. And so 8:24, we'll come back right around 8:34, 8:35. Sound good? Quick 10-minute break.
I think my camera was like at too high of a setting. And so I put my camera at a lower setting, and now I think that it's
Nice.
even.
Perfect.
Let me see. Yeah, there you are. Okay. So everyone is back. All right. Second day on the ship. All of you, sorry, don't know what's with the accent. All of you start to hear, you heard the ripple, the crack of lightning earlier with the ripple of thunder that followed. And you continue to hear it building until you start to feel a vibration in the ship. It's not anything frightening or scary. It's just a very slight shift, this ever-present kind of vibration as you hear just cracks of lightning all around, thunders, loud and vibrant. And you don't hear rain so much, but there's just a difference in the way that the ship feels at the moment as it continues to move forward. Otherwise, the rest of the crew seems to be moving about quite normally. The only difference being Parsonus seems to have come to the bridge area down below, is kind of keeping an eye on Fennel and Anise. They just have conversations here and there, and then he kind of retires back up to the navigation table, speaks with Hestava for a bit, who then leaves. And yeah, pretty much, unless anyone has anything else they want to do, then we will say day 2 comes to a close. Day 3. Okay.
I guess I will say the only thing, Nina will go get a new book because she lost her other one. And I think she makes it a point to, in the evening when Nathan's reading, she just goes and reads near Nathan. So that's her new routine.
All right. Okay. So, for the rest of this journey, we are on day 3. So you have 10 more days following this. Does anyone have anything that they wanted to do in particular?
Well, besides giving Rowan like 2 more days of sulking about before we confront her, no, that's the only thing on my agenda.
Okay.
So I'm going to say on this day. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Allie. No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say continue to learn. I still want to learn. Oh my gosh. Oh no, Allie forgot.
Was it Abyssal?
It was Abyssal, and I was learning it from
Parsonus.
Parsonus. So I still want to keep doing that.
Okay. And
so on this day, I'd probably, well, let's just artificially create a moment where I run into Liam on the ship.
as you guys are passing during mealtime. We'll say.
Sounds good. So, Liam, I've been meaning to ask you. Heard you pulled a gun from the bag.
I mean, I reached in. The first one that came out was a gun. I was trying to chase down that guy. It
Right.
didn't work though. I think you might need to get it checked out.
Really? How so? What happened?
Well, I pulled the trigger and it didn't do anything. Would have been better off just firing a crossbow or throwing a knife.
Fair enough. Well, you did kind of get hurt in that situation. So, tell you what. And he'll pull life and spin it around and put the handle towards you. At least show you how to use it next
Okay.
time if there is one.
Okay. I just look at it all funny and I do not engage in safe gun control and I just start pointing it around.
Well, first things first. I wouldn't point that at anything you didn't want dead.
I mean, it didn't work.
Accidents happen. Thankfully, it's not loaded.
Hmm.
But that being said, he'll reach over and like cock back the hammer. You have to pull that back. Then you squeeze.
Liam just looks at it like, interesting. So what you're
And
saying
it's empty.
is,
So you can squeeze now if you want.
pew.
You just hear it like snap into place essentially. And that will fire it. And every time you have to pull that back, pull that trigger.
And how do I know that it's loaded or not? Or how would I?
Good question. He clicks open the cylinder and essentially it just pops out to the side. And he pulls out one of his rounds. These slide into those little holes there. There's nothing in them. They don't fire. And he holds it up. There's this tip. And he pulls out an empty shell that he kind of just has. If this tip's not in there, it's not going to fire.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That's it.
Okay. Okay. Well, now I know. Liam's going to once again just start waving it and
Right.
give it to you barrel first.
He kind of just takes the barrel.
Did I do?
I
it
do
wrong?
have a question for you though.
Did I do this wrong? Did I do this wrong?
Nah, you're all right.
Okay. Okay. What's the question there, friendo?
I'm curious how you're feeling about your life right about now. Like,
Well,
do you know what kind of direction you're going in? What you're doing?
Well, honestly, I'm feeling okay. Trying to get back into actual mood,
Okay.
not just fucking around. Honestly, I'm feeling a little lost. I've been captured a lot. All my gear was taken. My dagger isn't talking to me. Can't use magic. And not for the first time, I've almost died when I was trying to avoid anything. So, I'm not feeling too great about myself. But, what can be done?
Well, the odd thing for a lot of that I'm noticing a pattern in is they're tools that you're missing.
You are not incorrect.
I feel like you could make things work without those. I feel like you're a strong enough person. And I feel like you want to figure out how to live your life. Or else, and he holds up life, you wouldn't have pulled this one specifically from the bag.
Hmm.
If you didn't, and he pulls death, you probably would have pulled this one.
You're ascribing to chance. You're ascribing meaning to something that was purely chance.
You would think so. An old friend once told me something that actually kind of changed my life a little bit, and he holsters both guns. Life is very complicated if you let it be. But broken down to the very simplest form, existence is just a balance between life and death. In all forms. And she told me essentially when we got out, I could take what my freedom has, hunt down everybody that ever hurt me, never did anything bad to me, and give life to revenge. But in the process, I would kill any chance at happiness, freedom, living my own life. So rather than doing that, I gave life to the opposite side and killed the revenge part and moved on. My question to you is, what are you giving life to, and what are you killing to do that?
I'm gonna have an answer. I'll let you know.
Just a thought. Also my ramblings. Could mean something, could be nothing. The other thing to remember too is you give life too much or death too much, and that balance becomes lost. That's when the real monsters come out. So just be careful. Your sister does love you, you know. You should probably keep that in the back of your mind too. Figured it'd be nice to hear it from a different party than just her. He kind of gives your shoulder like a fist pat a couple of times. I got work to do.
Liam goes back to the observation deck to watch the clouds.
Okay.
Hold on. I gotta see where we're at. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Anything else anyone wants to do on this third day of travel? Great.
I want shenanigans, but also we're shenaniganed out. We've done a lot of shenanigans recently.
Long rest. The storm persists through the night. Day 4. Anything anyone would like to do in particular? Char, you spend some time with Parsonus. He teaches you some abyssal, very basics, and then after an hour, it just breaks into ludicrous type things, obvious swear words, silly words, things like that.
I'm sorry, did you say ludicrous?
Yeah. And yeah. Anyone else have anything they want to do?
Has Rowan made any attempt to talk to any of us?
When would
even
you
in
have-
passing.
Yeah. When would you have returned to the room on that third? Because you said you had gone to be with Nathan reading.
Yeah, but I still come back to like our room to sleep and everything. So, 9 o'clock maybe, lights out sort of situation.
Beauty sleep.
Yeah.
So when you come back to the room on that third night, and like when you open the door, there's like super quick movement Almost like she's trying to hide something underneath the covers.
Sorry, should I come back later?
Okay, it's not like that. You just scared me, okay?
You okay?
She looks over at you. And you can see that she's like,
You see Nina also has a very inappropriately covered book in her hand.
do I? Should I roll to see if my perception sees the cover? or
Yeah, go
something?
for it.
Nina doesn't
Well-
hide it, so
Oh, really?
no,
Is
she walks around openly
passive?
with these books.
it Genie smut?
Yeah. We'll still do it because you walked in on Rowan and she's kind of flustered,
Excuse me.
trying to hide what she was reading. So
Okay.
if I even perceive you're blatantly
Fair enough.
13.
Yeah, you see it.
You see her eyes like look down at the book briefly and then turn to you.
What? I'm reading it for the plot.
Is that what you're reading to Nathan?
Oh, no. Nathan's reading to himself, but
Nathan will be in his bunk.
he's got something about boats.
Well, I guess there's no point in delaying the inevitable. And I'll point to the edge of the bed.
Like towards your armor, or
No, like you can come sit on.
okay, she does. She'll come
Yeah.
sit down. She kind of like sits crisscross applesauce on the end, tosses her book over into her bunk.
Nathan, good lord. Rowan, like, looks down to the side for a sec and you just see her, like, a shrug and pulls out and puts on her nightstand the book.
Oh, you'll have to tell me how good that one is.
I just started it. I'm sure you have something to say.
Just asked you how you were doing.
That's a very loaded question.
As long as your answer isn't fine, because that would be an obvious lie. I'm here for as long as you need to explain it.
Margaret, do you mind muting yourself?
Marco! Yeah.
I'm sorry. What was that?
You just mute.
There's a TV or something in the background we can hear.
It's my roommate reading his game. His novel. Sorry, I got caught up reading a Best of Redditor update about family drama, and I may have gotten way too into it.
I'm not gonna waste our time by saying I'm fine. When it's not.
I appreciate that.
To be honest, I don't even know where to begin.
Why don't we start with what happened after the party.
Well, we were all kind of running in different directions. I was with the refugees.
You helped save them, get them to safety.
When we were heading back to the ship, I tried to heal Melora, and nothing happened.
Okay.
Pretty sure everything granted to me from Heronius, based on my cleric sides, dead, gone, untouchable, whatever. I can't do it. I can't even do a cantrip anymore. Something I just practically just think and it would happen.
When you were still out of it, Chara tried to, she did her seance-y thing, right? We tried to get a hold of Heronius, and he said, at least what she told us was communicated, was that he was still there for you when you were ready to come back. I've had a lot of experience with magic, both my own and from other beings, and sometimes it's an on and off switch, right? Like when you guys broke me out of the mirror, that was the off switch for the hag. But other times, especially with my magic, sometimes I get my own way. Like I got really caught up after things happened with my family in the fire, and I didn't use that at all for a long time. And I'm not saying that you're wrong here. I'm not saying that he didn't revoke whatever gift he bestowed or whatever the fuck it is gods do, because I think that your armor kind of showed that, right? But I don't think it's fair to say that it's dead and gone. I mean, I think you just... Whatever was in that shard, and she kind of points down to your arm, it scared the folks back at your temple. And I think it might just be getting in the way of your thoughts, the same way that the hag was getting in the way of mine. It's tempting, the power that chaos can offer. Makes you think that you can keep those you love safe, but there's a darkness to it too. And it can usually stifle that what is actually yours.
You see her kind of picking at her cuticle on her hand. It's not the loss of it that actually scares me. It's that I don't know if I want it back.
And that scares you?
That's all I've ever known for so many years now.
That's fair. Change, especially involuntary change, is the most terrifying. I went from being what I thought was a half-elven princess to a pretty average peasant girl. But I also gained a lot in that transition. Figured out who I really was without somebody else attached to that. Without somebody else guiding what they thought I should be, what they thought I should be doing. I gained you guys. And you've dedicated your life to a god. And I hear that that's a thing a lot of people find very meaningful, but I can tell you it's not why I still call you a friend. It's not why the rest of us follow you or stand next to you. So if you don't want it back, don't take it back. There's a million other things you're good at.
Yeah, what's that? Playing the fool? She shifts around.
Yeah, you still save lives, Rowan. We don't need your Healy magic to do that. You're more than what Heronius gave you. He was just using you as a tool. Besides, you're in good company. I hear Liam is having problems with his magic as well.
I'm told that it happens to all people at a certain age.
You hear a disjointed voice in your head.
Ron cocks her head a little bit. He is?
Yeah, something about his daggers not talking back and stuff.
That's why he talks to them.
Yeah, Waterdeep really fucked us all up. I mean, we were pretty fucked up to begin with, but...
Let's call a spade a spade. The thing is you said I'm more than what Heronius has given me, but I should have died the day that he chose me. I was supposed to die.
How do you know that?
Well, when you fling yourself into a path of a dragon, you kind of make a decision. And it hurt a lot.
That's fair.
She starts to like rub her knee a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Never actually told anyone who wasn't there.
Well, I am honored to be the one that you did.
You want to know what really hurt about it, though?
Mm-hmm.
You see her gaze kind of go off to the side a little bit, like she's reminiscing. I was basically the village outcast, the odd one, the freak of nature, left on a dock. And all of a sudden, I saved the day. I protected people, and they wanted to act like they were my friends. To be fair, it pissed me off. You go from not giving someone the time of day to pretending you ever cared. So I jumped on the chance of Heronius saying there was some path to follow.
People are shit. But that doesn't make his words any less true. There is a path to follow. We are all tied up in this. And even if Heronius hadn't been the one to say so, I think you would have found your way into the thick of it regardless.
Definitely in the thick of it.
But just, if you don't want to pick up, and she kind of gestures to the armor again, then don't. We have found how many swords in our things? Like, you don't have to get the one that's special to him. If that's what you want to do, I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. He wanted you to be an implement of his will in this, but you are still your own person. Maybe just consider what he has to offer one of your arsenal. If you want it, and if you don't, you don't. I just want you there to have my back because you're good at that. When you listen.
Pretty sure I knocked you into a cavern at one point. I'm not sure how.
All right. We've had our bumps and bruises, but again, I'd still take that over wandering by myself.
I don't know, it didn't hurt so much sometimes. You know, I thought I gained a friend when I met Liam on the road. But I realized I didn't really know him at all.
I think the Liam you met was a very guarded person for reasons we still don't understand. Not fully, anyway. But I do think... I don't know. He's been different these last couple of days. Still the same, but also... He's, like, tried to have conversations, which is... And genuine ones, not just, you know. He actually tried to ask us if we would go rob the Blackstaff Tower in Waterdeep to get his stuff back, though. So I'm gonna need you to stand with me and say no, that's not happening.
What? That's something else entirely, but.
I guess I got on a tangent, but I think you still have friends here. Nathan, Chara, even Liam. We all care about you.
Nathan?
Nathan more than anyone, I think.
You really think? I don't necessarily agree with that. I'm a coward in his eyes. His words to himself.
I think what you needed was tough love from some people. And maybe to be called on some of your bullshit. You got to admit, you did run away from us for like a solid 3 days.
Yeah, well, I had some processing to do. Soon.
Hey. I wasn't the one chasing you down. We let you go. Not saying you didn't need to, but
Well, I got some advice from an unlikely source. And a little tough love from someone else. I guess it's time to stop running after... I don't even know. I'm willing to be confronted, whether it hurts or not.
well, I'm sure they'll all have something to say. You'll get a couple of snarky comments, no doubt.
Kind of shifts it around again a little bit.
You did miss some more stuff, so when you're ready, Chara had an interesting visit, and we're making plans for Waterdeep and dealing with Denna. But I can let you get back to your book. I'm gonna go raid Enoth's cookies because I know where she keeps the best ones. And we can talk about it in the morning. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Do you want me to bring you back a cookie?
2.
You got it.
So,
And Nina, as we like get up to go.
Mm-hmm.
Nina. Thank you.
She just blows you a kiss.
And I reach over and grab the book.
Yeah.
so fourth day, mid-morning, you guys have this conversation. Where's everyone else? Starting with Nathan. Where are you at this time, mid-morning on the fourth day?
Either work, food, or checking on my replicas.
Okay, Liam?
Cloud deck and feeling weirdly like people are blaming me for things.
Okay. Chara?
Lounging in Parsoness's bed.
Fair. All of you roll perception checks.
God damn it.
You're so good at these, Nathan.
Natural 19
Okay.
for your dirty 20.
Okay.
I got a 14. I'm so disappointed. Is
Yeah,
she-
Char's passive is like way higher than
My
that.
passive is 20. This is BS.
I rolled a 9 DM.
Okay.
12.
4.
At least the dice are consistent for you.
Plus, I have like such a low perception.
Yeah.
Do you have a negative modifier for it or something? Or you just always
No, my strength is my only negative. But I shit you not, for some reason, I only roll the 1 dice for perception for giggles, and it's always low. But when I roll the same dice for initiative, I get like 19s, and it's +9 to my initiative. So it's just nuts.
Yeah, your perception rolls are the worst I've ever witnessed in games. But I appreciate that.
I almost feel
because
like not rolling anymore and
helps
just
me.
saying I don't see anything.
They have to just literally be within 10 feet of you. You can catch anything as long as it's within 10 feet of you.
Pretty much.
Nina, as you stand in the kitchen, going through the stock, opening a bread box, finding the stash of cookies, and starting to gather several, you hear what sounds like a distant roar. It's not long, it's short. You hear what sounds like a banging. And you hear the roar again. And then lightning. That's all.
I think I'd run up to the observation deck to see what the crew's doing.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'd probably be about, so I'd be at least doing something
Mhm.
near a crew member, I would imagine.
You run up to the observation deck.
I was already there.
You see Fennel and Anise below, looking at the mechanical systems before them. And you just see them kind of talking softly back and forth. They don't seem to be in distress. You don't see anyone else really.
Hey, what was that roar?
Anise looks up at you, pushes her glasses up. What's that?
The roar. Did you hear that? Happened twice.
Kinda
Yeah,
see-
we're looking out at the clouds. Do I see anything?
In the storm, out the observation window.
Yeah.
Roll perception check.
Do I see any movement or anything?
Yeah, roll perception check. You see someone falling to their death.
Based on that scream.
Yeah.
This mic is really powerful.
Nina. Anise looks up at you and kind of tilts her head a bit, her eyes kind of looking off to the side. Another flash out the observatory, and you see the streak of lightning that just like splinters and goes across out of sight. and a crack of thunder, loud and deafening. And you see her kind of squint her eyes a bit before she looks up at you. You mean like that?
No, there was something else, but
She looks at Fennel. And I would. It's a pretty big storm out there.
I think Nina would go to stand next to Liam. She does not feel very easy about this now. And will kind of keep her eyes peeled for it. Anything. Sounds. It didn't sound like it came from any part of the ship, right? Like it seemed like it came from outside from a distance.
Based on your roll, it's hard to tell.
Okay. Then I will actually not go stand next to Liam. I will go wander around the ship listening to see if I hear it from anywhere else.
Mhm. Okay.
I will drop the cookies off to Rowan, though, and I will say, just keep your ears open while you're reading. If you hear anything weird, come find someone. I think I'm hearing things, but I don't know. I'm just gonna go wander.
Liam,
Got me to
wait,
have a
wait. Rowan, you're muted.
I realized that. Like, as you like start to walk away, I was like a confused look on her face as you walk out the door, like, way to be vague.
Yeah. Liam, what did you roll?
For my perception when I was looking out?
Yes.
Oh, you didn't hear me. I said a 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see this lightning. You see the first piece of this lightning that starts to flash. And as it starts to splinter, the initial flash just completely blinds you. And a moment later, the deafening crack of that thunder.
God damn it. I have nothing to say. I'm just still trying to look out.
Nina. There are 3 levels to the Manta Rose. The first level, which is where your rooms are, the main area of the plank, the navigation, and the observation decks. Second level is where the banquet area is, that everyone joins for meals. It's where Enoff makes meals, and it's where Mr. Piccolo has the cannon set up and his little lab. It is also where the Anise and Fennel have the main computer system, so to speak. Third level, you would know to be storage.
We were told when we got onto this not to go into a specific area. Was that the entire third level, or was that just a room in the third level?
The storage area, which is, as far as you're aware, the entirety of third level.
Okay. I get to the stairs that are that would go down. Is there anybody standing guard there?
No.
Is there a door? Or is it just go down into like a hallway?
It's so where Fennel and Anise are. So there's the ladders that come down to their little area. There's a hallway that leads back to where like the banquet hall and stuff is. There is stairs. So where above observation deck has the planks that kind of come around. Below on the second level, there are stairs that instead go down and kind of curve around the outside.
I will look to Fennel and Anise and just be like, is that still off limits now that you guys have offloaded all of the individuals? I'm not trying to be nosy. I was just going to walk down and see if I could listen a little bit more.
Yeah, generally it's no one's allowed down there.
Okay. She will head back up, but she will kind of look at it funny. And then I think she probably goes to find Nathan and tell him. Like, if Piccolo's shop is right nearby and if he would be somewhere in there, she would kind of come in and just be like, what you working on?
Nothing much. I was kind of just tinkering. What's up?
I'm either hearing things or there is something roaring, maybe outside, maybe inside. I'm not entirely sure. It's weird that storage is off limits now that the refugees are gone, right?
I guess. I honestly don't know what that room is, so I can't really say much.
Okay.
But that being said, I mean, he just like picks up the rag he's got and throws it to the side. Let's go look. Let's figure out what you're hearing.
Oh, we're still not supposed to go down there. I just want somebody else to be listening. It was like a roar, and I tried to describe it, and I might even make like the noise that I think it sounds like. That doesn't sound like thunder, right?
Roll your performance?
Yeah, please roll performance.
I've got a +5 to this. Natural 17, so yeah, 22.
It's pretty spot on, Nathan. It sounds roll me. Ooh.
I think I can also use prestidigitation in some capacity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a faint musical note. So I like added to that to make it sound a little bit better. That's why I managed to get it.
Roll me a nature check.
Uh, 18. Just straight 18. I don't have any plus.
Nina roars. Sounds like a bear. You feel like you've heard this once before, possibly in your time at the cages.
Oddly enough, that kind of sounds like a bear. I know, weird, right?
Yeah, because what? Now I'm really suspicious of that storage space.
Maybe they're transporting animals. I don't know. Maybe it's like a bear and a giant hamster wheel that runs the ship. I don't know.
Nina in her head is like, we still have 2 weeks. I do not want to get in trouble. I do not want to get in trouble. She's like, what if I went invisible?
Is Mr. Piccolo in the room, by the way, out of
Yeah.
curiosity?
He is.
Yeah, Nina's not saying any of this out loud. This is all in her head. You just know the look on her
Yeah.
face, what she's thinking.
He's also a very involved in his work type person, which is the only reason I've not had him. Have you had you guys like rolling?
Nathan would honestly kind of like look over and just, Mr. Piccolo.
He doesn't respond at first as he's like mid pouring something.
If he's like mid doing something, Nathan will wait till he's done.
He spends a good 60 seconds until a small drop finally drops into a beaker, and he holds it up, stands there for a long moment.
Is he playing around with explosives right now?
Nathan kind of leans over. He could be.
And here I was afraid of me.
I just don't know why he's not using a titration. Ridiculous.
Sets it down. That was close. That was so close. It's all right. We're all going to live. Oh, Miss Nina, good to see you. Beautiful as ever.
Thank you.
Nathan literally looks over at like probably the chemistry set kind of thing he has to the side with like the titration thing that will do little drops and yeah, whatever.
As an aside, I'm concerned about the way that he said, "We're all going to live." What's happening?
It's probably not the first time Nathan's heard that hanging out with him in the last
Yeah.
2 weeks. So he just ignores it like it's normal every day. I got a kind of semi-personal question for you. Not ship personal. What's going on with the storage area? Like, why are we still not allowed in there? Is that like ship specific? It needs to fly type stuff. Like, don't screw up the calibrations.
No one's allowed in this. No one's allowed down there.
Yeah, that was my
Except
question.
initial crew.
Right. I'm gonna assume that is probably the twins, the captain, first officer. We the cook? I don't know how long she's been here.
Yes.
Right. I'm just curious why.
It's for the safety of anything being held down there. Any of your belongings, should you have put them down there. Just a rule.
Just checking, because it's a matter of like being told not to do something's fine. I just want the reason, and then I'm happy. I just don't like being told not what to do without reason.
Oh, yes. No, my understanding is it's the storage area. We
Fair.
ship and, we transfer things for people.
You transfer animals by any chance? On a did you pick some up actually while we were docked before coming back?
I think we've transferred them in the past. I don't think anything lately, but
I'm just curious because he doesn't point to you or anything. He's like, but we're hearing animal roars and we're kind of curious if we should be concerned if there's a dragon flying outside the ship or if there's something on board that we don't need to worry about.
I haven't seen a dragon flying around in quite some time. But wouldn't that be something?
Not really. I mean, I've killed one in the last few months.
What? My boy.
Does Piccolo believe everything that that Piccolo is saying? Like, is this something that's been told to him, or is he feeding us a line that he's been told to give us?
Roll inside check.
I'm I'm gonna say
Natural
Nathan's a
one.
little biased on this one, so he's not bothering to incite it. He believes him.
Natural 1.
Seems to be very honest.
Cool.
I want to check because should we be concerned or is it just something on board? That's all I'm asking.
My
Do you
understanding.
mind checking?
Oh,
I figured the captain or first officer would be more comfortable with you asking if that was something on the outside or the inside.
you see him pause for a moment, and then his head kind of tilts over towards the kitchen, where you see like that kind of doorway opening, and
Hmm?
you just see the head of Enoch kind of tilt backwards. And she just kind of looks out, her hair just kind of dropping down.
Evening.
No one's allowed down there.
I wasn't asking to go down.
What are you asking?
Well, we're hearing animals roaring, and we're curious if it's something you have in cargo that we don't need to worry about, or something on the outside of the ship we need to worry about.
I mean,
And as I pointed out to Mr. Piccolo, I've ran into a dragon literally in the last 60 days, so I have my concerns.
well, and she kind of stands up and stands full body in the frame of the door. Well, short frame.
Yeah.
We are having pork steaks tonight.
Cool. So you have animals on board for food.
What is actually your concern? That you're hearing animals?
Specifically the roaring type that sound like either in this case, a bear, which is weird.
Nina will do the sound again. Yeah.
You know there's thunderstorm going on outside, right?
Yeah, are you trying to passively say we're not intelligent enough to tell the difference between a roar and a lightning strike?
I mean, I don't want to pass judgment. I don't want to put words in your mouth. But come on, sugar.
Nina's
there are
lip
lightning dragons, right?
immediately curls.
So are you avoiding the question then, or I'm just making sure we're playing on the same field here?
Don't go down to the storage area.
Once again, I'm not asking to go down there. Why do you keep saying that?
We do have animals on here.
Cool.
Thank you. That's all I needed to hear. Sheesh. Why do people make things so creepy and complicated? He just turns around and looks at Nina.
That was weird. Thank you for not gaslighting me.
You see Enoch standing there for a moment. And she just kind of turns and walks out. And you see Piccolo
try to trust in
standing
people.
there. Kind of nervously looking at the empty doorway now in between all of you. Right. Well, I'm gonna go get something from elsewhere.
Enjoy.
Turns and walks off towards where Enoch was. Disappears through the doorway.
Well, that was creepy.
I just went from feeling very welcomed and safe to whatever the opposite of that is.
Same. And honestly, since the first time he's been on board, he picks up and puts on life and death.
Yeah. I'm gonna go just check in with everyone else. Rowan's awake and talking. So she's found a book, gonna let her read a little bit. But told her we'd check in tomorrow. Might be sooner than that.
Fair. Well, stay safe. Call me if you need me.
Always. And she'll go to find Liam. Kind of just in passing, right? Because he's just up on the observatory deck, one flight up. So
Yep.
she'll just walk up the stairs to him and or
You
go up
climb
the
up
ladder.
the ladder.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Go up the ladder and kind of just fill him in and just be like on the download, she's like, so I'm hearing a bear. Could be nothing, could be something. So just maybe keep your ears open. Okay?
Okay. Hey, Nina, Zell, sister person. I got a question.
Sure.
What are your thoughts on this Enough girl?
I mean, I thought she was the sweetest person on board. But the interaction I just had with her, she can be mildly terrifying, I think.
Yeah. I kind of like that.
Me too. If it wasn't directed at me. I'm gonna go find Chara.
Go ahead. Liam starts to wonder how he can spend more time with Enough.
While this is going on, Nathan's doing a quick couple laps of the ship and trying to take note of where every one of the crew members currently are.
As you do so, you see Anise at the computer systems, or the main bridge area, we'll call it. You take note of Enough and Piccolo in the banquet area. You see Fennel on the third floor. And then you see her climb a ladder up along a wall and disappear. You don't see where any of the other crew are.
Gotcha.
The rest of you kind of take note. There's rumble of thunder again. And it feels like you've passed through the majority of the storm, but you're still in the onset of it. The worst part of the storm is past. However, there is still the just general clouds, darkness, rumblings of thunder far in the distance. Anyone else doing anything?
I know Nina mentioned wanting to find Chara. I feel like at this point, Nina would know where to find Chara.
Okay. Yeah, I'd just come and fill you in. Kind of just the could be nothing. Got creepy vibes. Heard some roaring. Just wanted to let you know.
Like inside the ship or outside of the ship?
I thought it was outside. Nobody else seemed to hear it. Then I thought it was inside, and then when I asked about it, the crew got weird.
Huh.
I asked specifically about storage, what they repeatedly continued to say was just off limits, which is fine. I didn't need to go down there. You can see in her eyes she definitely wants to go down there. But it sounded like a bear. And bears don't fly, so I don't know. But it's just that. Just be alert, I guess.
Okay.
What are you doing in here?
Hanging out. I don't know. Why is it relevant? I don't know why.
All right.
And with that, then Chara would like get up, actually get dressed, and like wander around the halls.
Yeah, I think Nina will eventually just go back to her room. No, I don't think she'd go back to her room at that point. I think she's antsy now and probably just goes at this point to go stand with Liam on the observatory deck.
Does Rowan ever hear a roar?
Based on your perception check, that is negative.
I'll be right back.
Yep. So Nina is heading towards the observatory deck. Liam is on the observatory deck. Rowan, where are you?
She's probably, because she didn't hear anything and thought it was a little weird or whatever, she's gonna continue reading.
Where are you?
I'm gonna stay in the room and continue reading.
In your room?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Chara, you are...
Chara might... I don't know. I feel like Chara would maybe go find like a little snickety snack and then make her way to the to the place with the windows.
Okay.
And
So you're on your way, making your way there. Nathan, where are you?
Just walking around, keeping an eye out.
Okay.
I gotta check something mechanically. Sorry, give me a second.
Yeah.
I'm so paranoid now.
I'm so nervous. I've been nervous since today is the 29th of Markov. Okay? I just
Like,
my
guys.
anxiety went from like a 4 to like a 7. Now I'm hovering at an 8.
As a professional, I would tell you to engage in grounding skills such as the 5-4-3-2-1 method, holding ice cubes, progressive muscle relaxation, diaphragmatic breathing. You have to be speaking of
My
work.
prescribed Benadryl and call it a day. Like a
Nathan,
dog, essentially.
Yep.
when you have a second, roll me a d6.
Two.
Okay.
It feels like we just entered a Stepford Wives scenario. Like, enough, like, don't ask the question.
1,000,000%. Yeah, no, that's exactly the vibe. Yeah.
For the greater good.
Yeah, Nathan, you are walking out of the Piccolo's lab area once again. You walked through the banquet area. You headed towards the kitchen. You saw a hallway, pretty short hallway, went straight past the kitchen and then seemingly cut to the side. You were quickly cut off by Enough. who just kind of quirked her head at you and told you that was not for guests. You started to head your way back. And as you made your way towards the ladders to head back up to the first floor, you see Anise and Fennel. And give me a vibe check.
That's a net 20.
Ha! That, I
Or-
swear, that is your one and only. God damn. Yeah, you. Something is not right. As you watch these two twins looking at their systems, you see Anise, like the front half of her inside a console, and you see Fennel kind of looking over a piece of the machinery as she hears Anise's voice, she just reaches over, grabs something, like without even thinking, hands down a wrench to her. Anise just grabs it and immediately right back in. A moment later, all of you feel a jarring as the entirety of the ship shifts. All of you hear the calls of people, everyone caught off guard.
Nathan will literally catch himself and walk a couple steps towards the twins, and the hell is going on around here?
You see Fennel look back at you, and then her eyes look down at Anise, who crawls out of this console and looks up at her. And you see them both look up to the ceiling for a moment. Their eyes kind of distance, heads tilted, listening. You feel the ship jerk once again, and the twins look at each other with wide eyes. And you see Anise just go, shit. Fennel turns and immediately starts marching towards the ladder. A moment later, you hear Parsonus charging up the side of the stairwell, coming from the third floor below, running up. And you see him rolling up his sleeves as he just, to Fennel, says, "Hannes, now." And he looks to you, Nathan, as he passes. "I don't suppose any of you are good outside," as he goes towards the ladder and he starts climbing.
If you would like help, you could just ask.
Sure. And he keeps climbing up, gets to the top. The rest of you...
Yeah, Nathan will follow.
Mm-hmm. The rest of you see first Fennel, who gets to the top, wide-eyed, sees all of you there. Oh, sorry. Everything's good. We're doing great. Fuck off. And she, like, darts off down the plankway. A moment later, you see Parsonus climb up onto the plankway. And he looks at all of you. You all feel a shift on the ship once more, and you hear a loud roar outside.
Just tell us how to.
This is a different roar. This is not what you heard before. It is short, and it is almost more of a barking sound.
Nathan comes up the ladder, passing, like, does he see Nina?
Yeah, you come up to the
Looks
platform.
over. I hear it this time. And he starts going up the ladder.
That's different, but yep.
You see him pause for a half second and just, of course it is. And he just keeps going.
It's just the two of them right now, right?
Well, Fennel went up, and then it was Parsonus and Nathan, and Nina's gonna follow them. But Nina was standing right next to you, Liam.
You're like, hell, I'm not gonna follow.
No, I mean, if we're going up there, I will most definitely join to get outside. I just wasn't sure if I was even in the vicinity or not. Don't wanna
So
jump.
Fennel runs down the plankway back towards where you know the initial hatch is. Parsonus is walking crisply, god damn it, down the plankway towards the hatch. And as the rest of you follow, I assume, you see him immediately tearing open a locker or a storage area of sorts. And you see Fennel kind of holding something, which he immediately takes from her and helps her put on. Just almost like naturally latching things, tightening straps and such. And he looks at all of you as you start to come down. This is going to be very dangerous. I don't expect any of you to go out. However, and he looks to Fennel, who is like tightly gripped onto the harness, like eyes wide, not looking at anyone, kind of breathing deeply. And he kind of leans down and gets her gaze and just kind of zeroes in, and she connects, and you see her kind of breathe and nod before she looks up at the rest of you. At least one of the ion connectors is down.
So, are there multiple lockers or just one?
There's four ion collectors. If they all go down.
Out of character, are there multiple lockers that were there that he pulled the gear out of? Or is it just the one?
Just the one. There's more than one harness.
Yeah, Nina's reaching in to grab one already.
I was gonna say, Nathan's gonna do something a little weird here and just like literally grab a harness and put it on like he's done it before without thinking about it.
Okay. Putting on the harness takes a little bit of time, as this took some time for him to put it on her.
That's what I mean. It takes Nathan no time flat, and for some reason he just puts it on. Like, for some reason his body just remembers how to do it.
Okay, yes. Go ahead and roll me history with advantage.
Liam is gonna also tie himself in after Nina does.
19 on the dice.
Oh,
19 straight.
You're fine. You attach a harness, no issues. I would say anyone else that wants to put one on, you would need.
Can we call it like investigation or perception to have watched how Parsonus did it with Fennel.
I would say you can either do sleight of. Yeah, no, not even that. I would say straight intelligence or straight investigation, which for actually actively watching
Yeah, Nina was watching Parsness as he put this
and
on. And then she-
observing.
yeah,
So yeah.
I'll do investigation then.
19.
Natural
Oh.
1.
Okay. Liam, you pull one out and you easily pull it on.
Nina puts hers on backwards.
I was
Fennel.
going to say Nathan would probably help you, maybe. So if you want to try again at advantage, maybe.
Well, before any of that happens.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah. No, you're good. Fennel looks at all of you and just says, there's 3 ion collectors left. For each one that goes down, we're dropping at about 200 feet per second. But for each one that goes down, 300 feet. Parsonus kind of rolls his eyes and looks at all of you. All right. And he climbs up. Roll just a quick perception check for me.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
I missed the roll for putting on the harness.
Are you grabbing one to try and put one on?
Yes, I was. I'm so sorry.
No, you're okay. That would be straight intelligence or investigation for just purely watching what they're doing, how to do it.
Well, that
12,
was
by the way.
a 5.
Okay. You stand there with it. It is a jangle of mess.
Okay.
Oh. And is everyone now here? Like, are we?
The party, your party is.
This guy
I don't think I would have come. Yeah, we wouldn't have come to get you. So unless you came out of your room to investigate what was
I mean,
happening.
it was the whole jolting thing, but I just
Yeah.
want to know the timing of, like, are you assuming that enough time has passed that I made it there, or if I'm still away, which is fine too, whatever.
Where were you at again?
Down in our room until.
So you are on the level that they are currently on. So absolutely, if you felt the jarring stuff and stuck your head out, you would have seen half your party running down the plankway.
Okay. So you want me to do the harness roll as well?
Yeah, go for it.
You said that was investigation?
Or straight intelligence, either one.
Or straight intelligence? 3.
Okay. You're not sure how to put one of these things on. Liam, were you going to say something?
I rolled a 12 on the perception check that you asked earlier.
Oh yeah, and I rolled an 18.
Yeah, we climbed up.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
So now
Yeah. Yep.
11.
Okay. Anyone that rolls above a 10. Poor Nathan. You notice Parsonus does not have one on. As he climbs up the ladder, undoes the hatch, and lifts himself up so his shoulder's against it, and he looks down at you, Char, for a moment, connects eyes, and just says, "Hope to see you after, darling." And then he pushes up. You hear a rush of air as the hatch flies open, and Parsonus almost lifts up and out. You see his hands still gripping as he's almost sucked out. All of you feel a suction of air as you're almost drawn towards the hatch. Go ahead and roll me athletic checks.
13.
I got dirty 20.
Hey.
18.
Okay.
13.
Okay.
14.
Nathan, Rowan, and Nina. Weirdly, the three of you, one by one, are sucked up. Oh, shit. I need to roll for Fennel. Are sucked up and out of the hatch. That is. Did I? Fennel is also sucked up and out.
Would it be bad to say that Liam, seeing that his sister's getting sucked away, is going to jump up and go to grab her?
Try. Make a dex acrobatics.
Okay, that just affected my modifier. That's a 26.
Okay. You are able to grab her.
Power of family.
Yeah, so Nina, as you're being sucked up and out, you feel something grasp onto the forearm, your shoulder area, and then slide, and you instinctually grasp. And as the air catches you, you see your brother
I'm
grasping
not
onto
losing
you.
you again.
I can fly, you idiot! Let me go! I have to go get our friends now. Let me go.
As you're having this existential crisis, Rowan and Nathan and Fennel, the three of you Nathan, did you go for a harness?
You said he got his on. He got like the 19 history to get it on quickly. and
Perfect.
everything.
Okay, so you were that's right. You were able to get one on. As you and Fennel are sucked up and out, you hear a and you hear a clink as the harness and the line connected to it latches and goes taut. And you feel a jarring as you are flung backwards along this airship. You bounce off the balloon of it, the leathery carcass, basically, of this airship. You see Fennel bounce, and then her line also goes taut before she. Okay, I can do this. It's not my first time. And you see her reach back and she slaps at her boots, and you hear a whirring before she stands and grips her line. Rowan, you are flying through the air chaotically, head over heels. Just for funsies, roll me a d20. The DC is, we'll say 15.
Just a straight 20.
Mm-hmm. You don't know what it's for.
5.
As you come up and out of the hatch, immediately you start flying backwards, head over heels, and you bounce off of something. You immediately hear a screech. And yeah, you only take 3 bludgeoning damage as you bounce off of something. You don't know what it was, but you continue to fall backwards. I would like everyone to roll initiative.
That would be a 6.
19.
Oh, allow me to throw you on the map. That would help.
I have a 15.
Oh, that's so.
Oh my god, Chara, you're Ellie. You weren't far off about the fucking dinosaurs.
I swear, I saw it when I pulled up the big map, and I was just like looking around, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, that's Chult! It's like the dinosaurs."
There's literally a pterodactyl outside this map.
Wait, is there really?
Yes.
It was just added on. Yep, we're on the big map. Also, damn, great job on the custom map for the Mantaros.
My husband made that.
Oh, that's so
Very
great.
I know.
Cute.
I'm spoiled. Oh.
I also
Okay.
love how fitting the dice are because I got a natural 1 for a total of 3.
Ah.
How do we add ourselves to the turn order?
So I've got you added. You should be able to.
I just see the pterodactyls.
Oh, hold on.
Same.
Let me take you all off. It was probably old ones. So let's try this. Add,
Perfect.
add, add. Ah. Bah. And
Oh my god.
since we're doing it, this is about where she's at. Rowan is back here. Actually, probably there. Nathan's probably there. Nina. Liam and Char, where did I say you were at? You guys, did you succeed your... Who has harnesses on? I know Nathan. Nina
Liam
failed.
did. Liam got his harness on.
Liam got it. Liam's got a hold of Nina. Okay.
Shara, Rowan, and I did not get our harnesses on, but Shara did pass her dex or her.
That's right.
check to not get sucked out. So.
'Kay.
she's-
Yeah, I'm holding on to Nita much to her chagrin.
No, it's okay. You're fine. That was
Well,
her
it's most
reaction,
fitting
not mine.
reaction.
Yeah.
No, I know. I'm just saying, Nina's reaction. It's just chagrin. I also just wanted to use that word today because I haven't used it.
Good word.
So, immediately coming out. So, Liam, Chara, and Nina, you guys are still down below. Let's see here. Hold on. I gotta make sure I'm doing this right. Okay. And there we go. So, starting out, Nathan. Coming out into this cold air. It is still stormy weather. There are dark gray clouds. It is dark out here. It is difficult to see. Every now and then you get a flash of light off to the side. The only light that really is out here at the moment are the lights coming from the Manta Rose from the front, the observation area. Anything you would like to do on your turn at the moment? As you feel this cold, biting air beating against you, your harness taut. You've heard a loud screech to the northeast area. You
So he's
saw.
just close by, right? Or close-ish.
Mhm.
And how is my movement out here? Like, am I held? Like, am I basically dangling on a line like a flag, or am I able to move?
You are able, when you come down towards the actual skin of the ship, you feel a downdraft combined with your line. You're able to move quite easily. There is a continual pushing, and you get the idea, should any of you get within 10 feet of the edge, there's going to be checks that are going to be had.
And where's Anise on this?
Fennel is...
Or Fennel, sorry.
No, you're okay. You're struggling to see her with the darkness that is out here at the moment. The eternal struggle for Nathan.
Yeah.
You roll me a perception check. Your best stat.
That's a 14.
You, amidst the rush and roaring of air, rumbling of thunder off to the side, you hear a slight vibration next to you, and you just instinctually reach your hand out, and it catches a cable, and you grasp your hand on it, and you feel it's taut.
Okay. I'm going to follow that to the end till I get to her.
Great. You move 5 feet back, and
Oh, is that how far she was?
that's it.
Oh, I can see her anyways. Line fight. Yes. That's 10 feet.
What is your sight?
My sight sucks, but my blind sight is 10 feet. So I can see anything within a 10-foot radius no matter what.
Great.
Unless it's behind total cover.
Let me go ahead and make that then 10 feet there. Okay.
So essentially, I just like get up to her and I kind of drop to one knee because she is shorter. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I just like look her in the eye and just, you got this. All right. I'm here. I'm not leaving. We got this.
She just kind of nods and holds up
You're
her
a
hand.
crew member, correct?
Huh?
You're a crew member, correct?
I'm the only one that can fix the ship.
You're a crew member, correct?
Yeah.
You have a job to do, correct?
Yeah.
Stow it, get it done.
Yeah.
I'll deal with anything else. And he kind of like stands back up and now move it.
You see her kind of gulp. She grips her line and pulls herself up to a standing. And the wind, she kind of looks back. The wind just blows her hair in front of her before she looks forward again and starts pulling. Anything
Alright,
else
he'll
on your
just
turn?
No, he'll hold.
All right.
Nothing. Sorry. Yeah, that's the end of his turn.
All right. Hi, 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 hi. Okay, so hmm. Oh God. Chara. Roll me a d20. 10 and under, it's Parsonus. 11 and up, it's Nathan.
14.
Nathan.
Oh my God, laugh. I can't really saw what you were doing.
I'm sorry. You see a large creature. You've seen plenty of beasts in your time. Unfortunately, you don't remember any of it. This large pterodactyl-like creature swoops down, a loud screech coming from it as it swoops down, and it is going to attempt to grapple you. Actually, it's going to make a claw attack first. Oh, that is awful. That is a 10. I am absolutely certain that misses. But it gets to make 2 claw attacks. That is a 24. Which I believe hits. Yes. For 4 damage plus 4 slashing. So 8 slashing damage. I think he had to slip away. So let me write it down. 8 slashing. 8 slashing damage. And none of you are topside to see Nathan as the claws grip into him and lift and move forward. Nathan, you take 8 slashing damage as this pterodactyl creature comes down and grapples you. And is then going to take you another... to there. It's going to take the 2 of you to there. You feel yourself dragged, and then suddenly your chain goes taut. And it almost feels like you're being strangled. As this creature, this heavy creature, is dragging you and trying to pull you. And you feel this line go taut. And you hear the zing. Go ahead and roll me a... Actually, we'll get to that in your turn. next? The next one. This time, how about Rowan? Roll me a d20. 10 and under goes for Parsonus. 11 and up goes for Fennel.
Oh, she just stepped away. I think.
Oh, Nina.
3.
It's going for Parsonus.
Can you show me the path it's taking?
Yes.
Or I should rephrase that. Does it come within 5 feet of me?
It does not.
As it passes? Okay, just checking.
Yep. You're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I know there's
And
other 10 by 10 creatures. So.
yeah. So it's going to, it screeches, comes forward towards Parsonus. It's going to take first a claw attack. That does not hit. And it's going to take a second one. Absolutely hits. And he takes 2d8, 6 plus 10 damage. Shit. I forgot to add his health. Hold on. I apologize. 78, 78. Okay. The creature picks up Parsonus in his claws, and you just hear a slight grunt of pain as these claws dig into his collarbones and lifts and flies. Nina, you are up.
Liam still has me by my wrist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are like my feet out this hatch, or am I still being sucked out, or am I standing in front of him now?
At this point, you're probably your feet are like up in the air and arms just kind of extended.
Okay. What I will do then is I will reach out with my other hand and grab his harness and pull myself back down, and I'll just be like, and help me get this thing on, and start trying to fiddle with it again.
Okay. Go ahead and did you not pass yours?
No.
Oh.
Nathan was going to try to give me the help action, but then we got sucked out.
Okay. Liam, did you pass yours?
Which one did I pass?
For
getting the
harness
thing
on?
Yeah, I got it on.
Okay. If you want to help your sister get hers on, feel free to, Nina, if that's the case, you can roll intelligence or investigate. Probably at this point, straight intelligence with help. So advantage.
It's 12.
Okay. You're struggling a little bit. And then you see Liam slap your hand away. He grabs something, pulls it up, clips it, pulls it taut, and you feel the harness just tighten.
Perfect. I think I just say, thanks, and I am like up and out, but as I'm doing so, I'm actually going to cast Summon Draconic Spirit straight above me into the air, and so my Draconic Spirit is up flying above the ship now.
Okay.
If you let me do that, if putting on the harness is my action, I will wait until next turn with the plan to do that.
Okay. I would say it's probably an action to put the harness on or get it latched. You probably have like a bonus action left.
I don't think I have anything I want to do as a bonus action, so I will just. Well, that's not true. I will actually Misty Step up, so I'm not having to clog up the hatch. So I'm just Misty Stepping with the harness. Oh wait, that probably wouldn't work. Never mind. I'm climbing up the hatch. Just go on. That's
What's your movement speed?
I'm 30 feet.
You let go of Liam's hand, and you are sucked up and out.
Perfect.
30 feet in
Great.
any direction you choose.
Just straight up.
All right. So probably 10 feet up the hatch
Yeah.
and 20 feet. Well,
Well, I guess I would try to control it. I want to grab onto something so I can anchor myself back down. So.
all right. So the second you get high, just out of the hatch, your hand catches onto the ladder and your body goes straight backwards. And you are right on the edge of
Cool.
the hatch then.
That's my turn.
Liam,
Yes.
your sister just let go of your hand, got sucked up and out of the hatch. Your harness is on. Chara is next to you. What would you like to do?
I'm on a ladder, right?
I mean, you're on the floor. The ladder is before you. You feel the air pulling at you.
I am going to put my arms on the ladder itself and use it to throw myself up, letting the momentum of the air suck me out. Daggers in hand, ready for anything.
You reach forward, daggers in hand, step up, grab the first rung that you can reach, pull up. You feel the air suck you up, and you just like straighten yourself. You shoot out immediately. The second you are outside of the hatch, you feel the air shove you back like a car hitting you. Immediately pulled backwards. 10 feet up. What's
Did
your
I-
movement speed?
My movement speed is 30 walking.
Okay. So you are pushed to the, and you feel yourself, your feet off behind you, and your line going taut as you grip it.
Just as a question, I'm not holding Talon. Like, I've decided that, if Talon's not going to work with me, I'm going to work my other knives. That said, when I got up
Just as
there,
pointed out, Talon does work for you.
No, well, as a knife, yes.
Okay.
But I'm angry at it because of all the
Okay.
other...
Fair.
That's what I meant. That said, I'm using my other knives in my hands. I want to say that because if going up there, I felt like I got hit by a car with the wind blowing me, did I hold on to my daggers, or were they knocked out of my hands?
I'd say you still have them.
Okay. That was all. It was a very long way to get there.
Yeah, you're good. Okay. Chara. All of your party members have either gone up or been sucked out. You hear the screeching up above, the rushing of air, distant rumblings.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Can I'm gonna attempt to put the harness on again.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an straight intelligence check.
That's a 4.
You continue to try and put this thing on. Roll me another athletics check.
That's a 17.
Okay. You're able to keep yourself from being sucked out. You continue to try and put this harness on, the flaps going everywhere. You're not sure where your limbs are supposed to go. This thing is inside out. It is twisted. You are very frustrated with this harness. That is your action. You are unable to get it on. Do you have anything else you would like to do? Bonus action or movement?
Give me 1 second. Wasabi, please stop. I know.
Oh.
Okay. Talking out loud, because if I just sit here, I'm not gonna get anything done. Go away. Go away, honey. If I stay in this room, I'm gonna keep having to make athletics checks. Realistically, I'm assuming. If I try to stay in this room. I've gotten really lucky with those rolls. Period. Oh, come on. I know. I've gotten really lucky with those rolls. I can't figure out this stupid harness. I don't want to stay in this room. Fuck. Can I? Can I wedge myself between the ladder and the wall?
Yeah, to keep yourself from being sucked out.
Yes. I'm thinking like in a perfect world I'd be able to see out of this hatch a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd be able to not get sucked out.
Yeah.
In some capacity, but like I understand if I still need to make rolls for it or something. But like I'm just trying to think of ways that I can be helpful and also not die.
Yep.
So
Yeah. You go ahead and
wait. They mentioned there's guns, there's cannons on this ship.
Mm-hmm.
How do we get to the cannons?
You would know they are on the second floor down where Mr. Piccolo resides.
Alright. Whoa. I'm gonna wedge myself behind the ladder. What do I have to roll?
You've already rolled a strength check to be able to maintain your position. I would say roll an acrobatics to see if you can appropriately squeeze and maneuver yourself in between the ladder and the wall.
That's a 19.
You absolutely are able to.
And what does my view look like out of the hatch? Just
You
curious.
look up. You see darkness up above. It is early afternoon, like 1-ish at best. And it is dark. Like it looks like almost nighttime outside with how dark the clouds are. You see a large creature fly past, seemingly with a body carried in its grasp. Split second, you see a shock of blue hair. That's it.
And that's all of my movement. That's my whole turn.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you.
And Rowan, head over heels. What are you doing?
I will just like try to reach out blindly and just grasp at the television and just see if I'm able to grab anything.
You are mid-air.
Okay.
You're not like on the actual ship. You got sucked up and out.
Okay.
So you're probably, you have no idea where you're at.
So as I'm kind of flying and tumbling, she just becomes calm and closes her eyes and is what happens, happens. She doesn't do anything. It's just
Okay. Oh. You fall off the map as falling is a speed in a turn of 500 feet. You feel the hair on your skin stand as you hear distant lightning and thunder. And you continue to feel the wind whipping against you as you get small visuals of a ship moving. And you leaving them behind.
so yeah. As the tumbling was happening, or whatever, basically would try to right herself, where it's like instead of tumbling, just using her arms to get to the point of basically just free falling, but with control of like laying flat and looking up at the ship.
Roll, and you can do acrobatics or athletics, either one.
19.
You can. You find the balance and find just the right air pockets to get your limbs out to level yourself as you watch the ship moving away at a quick pace.
And as it's going away, in front of her, that's when she'll just close her eyes and just listen to the wind.
Okay. Oop, oop, oop. Apparently I forgot to roll for Fiddle. And apparently I forgot to roll for Parsonus. My bad. Hold on. Nathan, you are up. You are being dragged by this large bird-like creature.
Close to the deck or in the air? Like, did it
You
swoop back up and
probably-
go up? Or
So
did
it swooped down, grabbed you, and went up and forward. So you're probably a
Okay.
good 15 feet off the deck.
And the lead is currently taut because it's maxed
Yes. Yep.
out. It's still trying to fly away, or is it?
Yeah. Basically,
maneuvering?
its claws
okay.
are gripped into you, and
Yeah.
its like wings are batting backwards.
And yeah, I'm underneath it essentially. Is where it's
Basically, yeah.
there. Okay. Yeah, he's just gonna reach down, pull death, aim up into its stomach, and I'm honestly gonna do 2 shots, action surge, and drop 2 more.
Okay.
You want me to roll to hit?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Oh my god. I'm sorry.
Because you rolled a 20, or because
I
you rolled
rolled
that
2 nat 20s actually
Fuck.
out of that.
off.
And a 17 and a 7. I don't know if that's gonna hit.
This is all beautiful.
It is beautiful.
And of course the 7's on my perception dice.
All right. Obviously, the 7 does not
So,
hit. Go ahead and start with your 220s.
16 would be the 7, actually. 'Cause it's
Oh,
plus
for a
9.
total?
Yeah, it's 7 on the die plus his 9 to hit, so 16.
Meets it, beats it.
Okay, so then everything's gonna hit. Okay. Shit. Okay, so that's gonna be 1, 2, and those 2. 7. All right, give me a second to math.
Yeah.
Because, sorry, again, crits for this are just double the dice, right? Or are you
Correct.
doubling the first 2 damage?
Just, hold on. Let me look at my...
For sure.
I never
That's
remember
what I
how we
mean.
do crits either.
I know.
I know, I always forget for some reason.
All of my
Where's-
games do them differently, so.
Same, and I run mine slightly differently, which is not how it should be run. I like to make my players feel good about themselves. So I just say crits are max damage, period.
I think I've always done double damage, but you're right, because when you start adding in all the other...
Okay, so do you want me to start just like roll 2 and then like roll for damage and double it, or do you want me to just roll double the dice?
Okay. So, let me ask the question. Are you all okay if we do max damage? Because I know it's a change, like, mid-game, but when we start getting into higher levels and we start adding in all of our abilities and stuff, it does come a bit sticky. And DM's not smart enough to keep track of that.
Whatever you feel's best. I'm good with it.
Yeah, I'm good with it too. It's just I only do it at my game because I don't want my players to get a crit and then roll like 4 1s and feel like they did nothing.
Yeah, I would prefer to do, if it's okay with you, I would prefer to do max damage. So, for now on, natural
I'm gonna
20
math that
is max
big time.
damage.
I'm all for it. I think it gives more cinematic fights and it ups the stakes if things crit on us. So
Thanks. Thanks, guys.
My math will just be 5.
As somebody who doesn't roll for any of it. Fantastic. I think it's pretty cool.
So max damage on this will be 96 total.
Did you say 9d6 or 96?
Like 9-6.
I refuse to react to this. Only because I don't fucking know how. Oh my god. 96. Great. Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
So 96 damage.
Let me just make sure I got that right before we get too close.
Times 2, right? Because
Just on the first one?
No, that would have been total. Like for all damage.
Oh my god. Okay.
So for all 4 hits.
Okay. Holy crap.
So anyways,
You
sorry.
really had me freaking out.
You're like, wait a second, what did I give you?
I legit was questioning everything.
Sorry, 92. I added an extra dice for no reason.
How dare you?
Because essentially max damage for me on one nat 20 is 32.
Okay.
And I got 2. And then the damage roll for the other 2.
That's still so ridiculous.
Fighters
I
be fighters, man.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. Okay. Yeah,
Who's
you
encouraged when you have a gun?
which weapon did you use?
Death.
Death. You
So that's piercing damage.
yeah.
If that makes a difference for you.
You
case it's
wielded
resistance or something.
death before. You've felt the aftermath of its usage. You feel yourself trigger it. You hear the popping. You hear the screeching of pain from this creature. But you don't feel the blood. You just feel the continual beating of air, cold wind against you, and the claws digging into your collarbone.
That
Anything
will be my
else?
turn.
That'll bring us to the one that has a grip on you. Yeah. You hear a loud screech. All of you hear it, but it sounds slightly distant for the rest of you. Nathan, it is ear piercing as it is right next to you. I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
That would be a 24.
Okay. You hear the screech, and instantly, the second you start to hear it, you duck your head. You let go of your line and pull your arms up, both guns in your hand, and manage to plug your ears as the screech happens. You can feel it along the vibration of the cable holding you taut. You feel it vibrating along the harness, and you know that it would have been damaging. You only take. Sorry, I realized it was. You only take half of that, so.
15 or do you round down or up?
Down, I think. So 14.
14.
Yep.
Ouch.
Okay. That is its. Oh, no, it still has its movement. It's going to continue to try and move. Go ahead. Let's do this. Roll me a d20. We're going to do a contested. Oops. Sorry, that was not in my bin.
Do not lose an arm. I swear to God, do not lose an arm. You're muted.
Yeah. Anything added or just straight?
Straight.
Or?
Oh. Okay. I was expecting you to win that. You feel the claws that are gripped into your collarbone pull and tear, and you hear a tearing noise, and you feel your ribs start to push in.
Stitch is gonna be pissed about this one.
Yeah. There's no way around this. Okay.
Roll what you gotta.
That's not much. You take 6 bludgeoning damage as it continues to try and pull you backwards. And I should actually roll for the line as well. So that's actually 6 against the cable. That'll bring us to the next one. Who has Parsonus? It is going to fly straight off. Actually, it gets to about there. And then it just opens its claws. And it flies the rest of the way back. To about there. Nina.
All right. She comes up out of this hole, manages to kind of catch herself, goes to cast a spell, hears the screech, and turns to see Nathan getting ripped at, but notices his tether, that he's still there. And so when she flips her head around and sees that Parsonus is like essentially dropped off the side, she goes, God fucking damn it! And I will still cast, I'm going to go with I rolled the dice to see what she would do. And she's going to summon her Draconic Spirit still. So 60 feet out, this dragon spirit will appear. I'm hoping if you'll let me to cast it under him to try and catch him. So that he can like ride it. It says it's a spirit, but it says it also has like a corporeal form. So I don't know how you've ruled it. I've seen it ruled both ways, where it's just like a ghost. I've seen it ruled where it can carry things. So
is it large or medium?
Oh yeah. It is a large dragon.
Okay. So where did you want it to go?
Under Parsonus to catch him.
Okay. I am going to give you control of that. There you go.
Cool. So let me see. When I cast it, I choose a family of dragon. Obviously, it's going to be metallic, and that gives it resistance to a specific type of thing. I get to choose between acid, cold, lightning, and fire. I'm going with lightning because we're in the middle of a storm, so both it and I have resistance to lightning now.
Nice.
It shares my initiative account and takes its turn immediately after mine, so that's okay. And then I'm going to tell it to breath weapon the flying object after it catches Parsonus. So I guess the first thing it'll move to get Parsonus and then breath weapon that. And then I'm going to run over, spend my 30 feet to get here next to Nathan for my next turn. And so...
Okay.
Is this flying creature within 30 foot?
So it pulled Nathan, what did we say, about 15 feet, I think?
No, this is the one at Parsonus.
Oh, with Parsonus.
Yeah.
So
that's my turn. I can't do anything more. Summoning the dragon was my action.
yeah.
So it's just its turn to go, and I just want to know if it can breath weapon this thing.
I mean, per the way the rules are, it is within line of you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it just needs to make a dexterity saving throw of, I believe it's 17. Yeah, 17 or higher.
It rolled 22.
Okay, so it'll take not a lot, but it's going to take 2 lightning damage.
Yeah, get it. The edge of the lightning just catches the backside of it. You just hear it screech, kind of, ah! And it kind of looks back, like kind of confused for a moment as it sees this other form.
Yeah, and it would just, the dragon would then catch Parsonus, and I'm going to be there in Nathan's face trying to help pull him down. I can't give him the help action because I used my action economy, but I'll be there. So that's my turn.
Liam.
Okay. I'm still kind of like in the air, right?
Yeah, no, you are on the ship. You're
Okay.
on the hull of it. Your line, you've caught yourself. You're standing next to Fennel. The wind is just beating against you. Cold and hard.
Is my movement speed at all affected?
No.
Okay. I am... Oh, goodness. I am going to make my way over to the pterodactyl. Or whatever this thing is, honestly. And, go to stab it.
Okay. It is 15 feet in the air.
Well, that does cause a problem. Nothing like if I jump up, I'm not gonna get more. That's not a thing here. Okay, that changes things a little bit. Okay. I did prepare for something like this. I've got my push knives, and I'm going to throw one at it.
All right, go for it.
Okay. Uh, 10 to hit.
Ooh, that misses.
Do I lose the knife?
Is it a knife for returning?
No, it is not.
Yes, you lose it.
That is what I expected. That's why I chose the push knife.
Good call.
Not something I don't want to lose. So that's another one. Glad I bought all those extra knives. I'm going to end my turn by. Sorry, it's getting a little late for me.
Yeah, you're good.
It's past midnight. Pulling out my. Do I still have it? Do I still have it? I do. I'm gonna equip my crossbow.
Okay. Equip and crossbow. That will bring us to Parsonus, who has just been dropped on top of this dragon. Since it is corporeal, I would say, Nina, let's have you do an Arcana check to see if it takes a slightly enough of a physical form, especially with the thunder form. DC of 12. Parsonus drops onto the form of this dragon. What color would you imagine it is?
It always comes up as like the dragon that gave her family their ability. So it always looks like a gold dragon. I think even if it's a little bit spirited though, like what it sees is he sees the like gold veins, the same ones that he's seen go through Nina's skin, like when she was happy at her birthday party and everything, right? Like he'll see that vein of magic continue to go through its form, giving it what he's seeing on.
Awesome. It comes up beneath him and he feels a thump against his chest and he grips on. He's not going to question it. And he will make a strength check to see how well he can hold on. Yeah. You see him grip on one hand and kind of push to his feet using his movement. And you see him start to move his hands and he casts a spell. You see 3 tiny ice shards, which the air kind of vibrates around him and formulates into these little ice shards around him that just orbit around his hand, his free hand. And he goes ahead and he's going to go ahead and throw one of them at the retreating creature. Pacha! Well, that's not what I wanted. But that is dexterity saving throw. Sorry. Okay, dexterity saving throw. Here we go. Totally made it. Okay. So this ice shard comes towards the pterodactyl creature and it manages to just go into a roll. And it will only take half damage, so that is 2d6. So it takes 5 damage. As a bonus action, he's going to go ahead and send another one and make it do another dexterity saving throw. That absolutely fails. 2d6 damage as this ice shard goes towards it for 7 damage. That is Parsonus' turn. He is not going to use his movement other than standing up and gripping tightly onto this dragon. Fennel. Fennel is going to move. Actually, she's going to make an intelligence check. Great. She is going to move towards the far ion collector. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Her full movement. And you see her grip onto this pole, and she digs a hand into her belt and pulls out a tool and immediately starts to go to work. And she will spend an action to do her patch job. To see how much she can fix this thing. Oh, fuck. God damn. 2. So 6. Okay. As she goes to work on that, Chara.
Okay, so I would like to climb to the top of this ladder so I can peek my head over the edge.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want to do.
You peek up and over.
Perfect.
Your hair immediately just goes flying forward as you peek over. The wind, cold, bitter wind, just beating against the back of your head.
Awesome. Love that. I am going to cast Kitsune Lightning.
Uh-huh.
Since we are in stormy weather, I do take control of the current storm. I don't have to actually create a point. Outdoors in stormy conditions, it gives you control over the existing storm instead of creating a new one. Under these conditions, the spell's damage also increases by 1d10. So for any attacks made, it'll be 6d10 total.
Describe what your spirit markings look like.
Yeah. So typically when she's not casting magic, they look like black tattoos, but ingrained in her fur. So it just looks like vines wrapped around. They spread really dark at her fingertips and at her tail tips, and they spread outwards into like these vine patterns. And as she's casting her spells, they flare to a bright, bright blue, almost like what you would see at the base of a flame.
You cast this, and the rest of you that are able to even part some of your attention, you hear the rumblings. You see these storm clouds that were just flying by suddenly start to swirl and pull and follow the course of this ship, coming with it, just above it. Go ahead.
Fantastic. I am going to do the one that's over here. That's not the pointer. This guy right here. Why is it not pointing? This guy right here.
I see it. Okay.
I'm gonna do that one.
Drawing all over his face.
Sorry about that. Just because there's a bunch of people all around the other one. And so I needed to roll a dexterity saving throw.
You got it. 6.
Beautiful. It's going to take the full damage.
Wasabi is being so dramatic right now.
No. My arm fell asleep from holding her like a literal baby. Alright, let's roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, not 7. Nope. Oh, that was so satisfying. For 35 points of lightning damage.
Oh. Okay.
And then for my bonus action,
Huh?
I'm gonna do inspiration to Fennel by like, you go girl, you got this. Like, just pure inspiration. Like, it's not musical in nature for once. She's just like, hurry the fuck up. In the most encouraging way possible.
You see her like mid hammer on something and she looks back at you, hair just flying in her face, and she's like, yeah, I got this. All right. Good turn. Rowan. You fall 500 feet from the ship. What are you doing? As you level yourself and see it starting to go into the distance, and you center your thoughts.
She reaches terminal velocity. So 120 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
And falls.
You fall another 500 feet. You are now 1,000 feet from the ship. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay.
How roughly? Okay. Should she roll to see what like the typical height that this airship, like cruising altitude, would normally be, or whatever, or is it so dark that I'm not seeing anything right now?
What's your dark vision out to?
60 feet.
You know you're more than 60 feet out. And you can't see the ground.
Is it more because we're in this storm that's making it dark, or is it?
It definitely feels like this is storm related. It does feel a little unnatural.
Okay. But based on the flight there.
Mm-hmm. Roll me an intelligence. Straight intelligence.
Ooh. 4.
You have no idea how high this thing has been traveling at. And it's really hard to tell because it's cold season. If it were midsummer, you could kind of feel the shift of cold air going to warm. Little tells. You get nothing at this point.
Okie dokie.
Nathan.
Pretty much just use the last 2 shots I got in death. Just try to get this thing on the ground.
Okay.
One misses for sure, and then an 11, so dirty 20.
Oh, yeah. That hits.
Okay, anyways. 19 damage.
What? The bullets rip through, catching the side of its neck, coming up through the side of its head, and you see feathers go flying, immediately going backwards, blood trailing after it as it screeches loudly. Anything else?
No, that's all I got. I'll pretty much holster death at that point, knowing that's out of ammo, though, and just kind of try to grab onto the claw leg or something.
Yeah. It's... Oh. It looks forward and angrily lets out another terrifying screech. I need Nathan, Liam, and Nina. Go ahead and make me Constitution saving throws.
Nope.
Well,
Okay. What'd you get, Liam?
Natural 20.
Ah. Nathan and Nina, both of you are frightened as this screech just tremors across you, and you almost feel the shaking in your eardrums as you feel warm liquids start to come out. As both of you take... Oh, I did that wrong before. 6 plus 2. Oh. $42 thunder damage.
okay.
And you are frightened until the end of your next turn.
No, I'm not going anywhere.
You are caught in his claws. This is true. Okay. And
Frightened is just that we can't move towards it. I don't think it's that we have to run away anyway. Yeah, creature
Correct.
can't willingly move closer.
Yep. And you know what? Actually, that's a good point. Well, that didn't help.
I also have to check my concentration for Parsness, which I think is at disadvantage now. Yeah, that's an 11, which does not beat the. What did you say? 30, 42?
Yeah.
So my dragon's gone.
Okay. Awesome. Parsonus, who is riding this dragon just through 2 shards, had a grip, was feeling quite confident. A shard left, suddenly feels stabilization disappear and starts to fall again. You just, anyone again here just hears, whoa, whoa. Nathan, go ahead and just roll me a d20.
He stepped away.
Nathan's gone.
Oh, did he? Nina, will you roll one?
8.
All right, so it stays where it's at with claws dug into his collarbone. That'll bring us to the next one, who is going to fly. It's going to make a beak attack first at Fennel. That hits.
Silvery barbs.
Okay. Which negates it entirely.
Disadvantage, so it rerolls again and
Disadvantage.
takes the lower. Yeah.
Okay, so the second one was a 9, so it absolutely missed. Nice. Okay. It's going to make 2 claw attacks. That misses. That hits. 4. 13. 13 damage. Shit. It would help if I put their health in. That is. Okay. That is its turn. It's going to, since it did get a claw attack in, it's going to go ahead and grab onto her and grapple her and continue its movement. To there. Nina.
Nina just goes, ow, and he doesn't have to move, but she just lifts up her hands, and I'm going to careful spell Burning Hands at, we'll call this 3rd level, so it has to make a dexterity saving throw of 17, and the guys are safe.
Okay. Natural 1 for a total of 5.
Cool, so it's gonna take 5d6 fire damage. 5 plus some stuff, so. Oh, that was a really shitty roll, though. God damn. 3, 5, 7, 9 plus my draconic thing. 14 fire damage. Yeah.
14 fire damage. The flames just go around your party and focus on this bird-like creature, and the feathers are nearly burned off entirely. You just see burnt leather, pieces of it just flying off. This thing looks... It does not look good. Anything else?
Muted.
I don't have any good bonus actions, so that's my turn.
Liam.
Just a heads up. Is it cool if I do my turn and then I bow out for the night? It's 12:30 on time.
Yeah.
Well, there's only one. I don't have my magic. I don't have any real. Well, no. I can do one thing. Let's see how that works. I'm going to attack it with my crossbow. $17 to hit. No, wait. Hold on. Sorry, I got the modifier wrong. I thought it was +5. It's +7. 19 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. And in the moment, I am, if I'm not mistaken, I can do sneak attack with it, as Nathan is not too far away.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Nathan's technically still in its claws.
perfect. Not for Nathan, but for me. Oh, just these sixes all around. Oh, goodness. Okay, sneak attack. So, 2, 5, 9, 12, 14, plus 1. Oh, that's cool. So, 20 points of damage. But what I just found out is on my, because I haven't used the 6-sided die on my new die set, it's got this little design on it for 6. It's blurry as hell, but it's a dragon holding a dice.
That's cool.
Yeah.
You fire this crossbow at it, and the bolt of it passes through where Nathan's shot had hit before. And you watch it slow motion start to go up this same hole and seemingly about to pass through. But a slight leathery piece catches and it changes trajectory and just lodges right into the brain of it. And you just hear its beak goes slack. You watch the claws release as this creature immediately is caught by the wind and is flung backwards. Nathan's line goes taut. The rest of you see Fennel caught in the grips of this other large bird. Crispin has fallen out of eyesight. You have no idea where Rowan is at. You see a swirling storm high above. And you see this large bird. Its head turning not towards all of you, but past all of you. And you see its feathers rear up. And its head curl backwards, its jaw opening wide, and it screeches loudly. Beady eyes focused on something past you. And that is where we are going to leave off for tonight.
Cool.
Okay. Next time we meet, guys, it'll be May 4th. Look at us meeting up on all the big holidays. Blaze it. May the 4th be with you.
That is funny. Well done, guys. I know we had to do a lot of RP and stuff back and forth on that, but it's been a while since we've been together.
Mhm.
Yeah. Review your stuff. It's gonna be something when you come back. So yeah, May 4th. Be ready to jump into the thick of it. But you guys did great, and I'm really glad we
or in Rowan's case, fall into the thick of it.
Yeah, man. It
So
is,
fitting.
It's a great session, DM.
It was.
Oh.
It was awesome.
Well, I really didn't do much. You guys did most of it. So
What are you talking about? I'm gonna have to reset my rib cage after this.
You take 6 bludgeoning damage and you're ripped in half. Like it was really clear what was happening.
That's right. I'm still waiting for her to be like, "Oh, you fell to the deck from 15 feet up. Here's more damage.
Yeah.
By the way, it landed on you. Here's some more damage."
there's a lot that's going to happen at the start of next session.
Cool.
But yeah, good
That's a
job.
threat.
I'm glad we're back together. And yeah,